Great question, because I know you're a straight-talking politician. Whether it's net zero, illegal immigration or law and order, nothing is off limits.
You had the power then.
Yeah, as I
and
say,
now you've lost it.
That's the Camilla Tominey Show, a politics show that's fearless.
But no, let me finish my question if you don't mind, because it is my show.
Sundays at 9:30, only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Westminster's full of talk, but out here, it's the real world.
Am I allowed to talk then?
No, that's it. This is where it matters, real people and real lives. That's what politics is all about.
In fact, has Trump made a good start? No.
Straight answers, no spin, and just a couple of pints.
How many fingers have I ever got up?
About 10. So join me for Lee Anderson's Real World every Friday at 7 p.m, only on GB News. The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
From the school run to the home run, watch a new show for all of Britain.
He can say whatever he wants.
A straight-talking show where all voices are heard.
And, you know, when are we going to stop talking about smashing the gangs and actually do it?
With the stories that matter from every part of our country.
There's a bit of a crash landing there for your Chancellor.
Bold, fearless and standing up for you. That's me, Martin Daubney, 3 p.m. till 6 p.m, weekdays, here only on GB News. The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
In the GB newsroom, we bring you the news as it happens.
With our team of dedicated journalists across the UK,
we're ready to keep you up to date with what's happening every half an hour, every single day. Bulletins here on GB News.
The People's Channel,
Britain's news channel.
I'm Bev Turner. Thank you for joining us on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Good morning. Nigel or bust? Those are the words of a defiant Robert Jenrick as he rules out Kemi Badenoch's chances of becoming the next Prime Minister following his defection to Reform.
Kemi has as much chance of being our next Prime Minister as Zach Polanski. It's not going to happen. The choice is Starmer, or goodness knows who else, or Nigel.
Meanwhile, the Conservative leader has hit back, saying there's no chance of a pact with Reform UK, who she calls liars.
Well, more polling reveals 19% of adults are now more likely to vote Reform following Robert Jenrick's defection. So what does it mean for the future of the Conservatives?
And that comes as rumours of turmoil within the Labour Party grow now, with Keir Starmer reportedly being urged by his own people to sack Wes Streeting over the Health Secretary's brazen and brutally honest media appearances. So should the Prime Minister take a leaf out of Kemi Badenoch's book?
Chief Constable of West Midlands Police, the man at the centre of the Maccabi Tel Aviv fan controversy, has been allowed to retire instead of being sacked, a move critics have branded disgraceful.
And what is the true cost of net zero? The Bank of England Governor, Andrew Bailey, has warned that initiatives aimed at tackling climate change are actually slowing growth globally.
Now, it's thought 500 pubs have closed for good in the 18 months since Labour came to power, with 500 more expected to close this year. Will the Chancellor's hospitality lifeline be enough to save the industry?
And Cirque du Soleil takes to the stage at the Royal Albert Hall. Our reporter Will Godley has captured a glimpse of the show.
A very good morning. It was a dramatic 24 hours for Crystal Palace as it's revealed that they're about to lose both their manager Oliver Glasner and star player Mark Gurhey. We'll have reaction to that throughout the morning, and we'll look ahead to the Manchester derby at Old Trafford.
A bit of a grey start, some mist and fog out there in places, and a few showers. It's going to be a messy mix through the course of this weekend. Join me later for a full forecast.
It's just gone 6 o'clock. I'm Stephen Dixon.
And I'm Anne Diamond, and this is GB News Breakfast. I keep my distance from you.
We're all suffering
He's
a little
sniffling
bit.
a bit.
Yeah,
In fact, I am a bit too.
You're sniffling a
There's
bit
something
today.
going around, isn't there? It's the weather. It's the weather.
It's awful at the minute. Everyone's got a little bit of something. Though the thing is, you know, when you sort of think, well, maybe I could get a day off. I was sneezing yesterday, and Ellie said, you should have the weekend off.
Oh, did she?
And it was like, no, she did.
Thank you, Ellie.
No, because I'm not. You're not well enough. But I can't because Olivia Utley, who's going to be in a little bit later on, she's been really bad for like about 3 weeks. The fact she can hardly talk, but she's still coming in.
Yes.
So she's the example we've got to
follow. It's the way
follow.
we've got to be nowadays. You cannot be a snowflake.
You can't.
We've got to fight for our rights.
To work.
I got
to work. Yeah.
I got a certificate once at school. For 100% attendance.
Oh, I got that.
Did you?
Secondary school.
I took the credit up on stage, and it was my mum just dropped me off at school. I was the only kid in the class to get a lift.
I think they obviously didn't give them out at the school I was at, but my mum would never let me have a day off.
I know.
Never, ever. You could be half dead.
I know.
And she'd still say,
No,
get out there,
I could be
walk
actually
to the train.
dead, and I still wouldn't get a day off.
Yeah.
No, I got a £5 book voucher.
That's good.
Oh, bless. Did you ever spend it?
Yeah.
I've come across book vouchers that I've won in the past.
You never spent?
Yeah, from years ago. Anna Mikhailova
never
is here.
spent them?
No, you keep them because you're very proud of them.
You put them in the book.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And there they are, still sticking there. Yeah. Oh well.
No.
Did you ever win? What did you win it for? Was it for just turning up every day? I think that's. It's a good thing. They ought to bring them back.
Yeah. I mean, I didn't do much when I was there, but I was always on time.
Well, exactly. But you turned up.
No, but it's a good thing.
We've only been on air a couple of minutes now, and 4 minutes, and. Already people are saying they're talking about who the Labour defector is going to be, because the rumours are that there's going to be a Labour defector. And half the people getting in touch at the moment say, it's Wes Streeting, isn't it? And the other half say it couldn't possibly be Wes Streeting. I mean, surely they're not going to sack him for being honest.
Someone made a good point this week that Reform, the party, is made up entirely of defectors. Even the voters are defectors. They're all people who voted for other parties previously. Yeah, they're all defectors. What's the big deal?
It's not true. They've got lots of people who aren't ever interested in politics. That's
but you previously haven't voted?
Yeah.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah.
There you go. That's you told them.
I must say, I've been watching for the last couple of days, and it was absolutely riveting.
It is fascinating.
Just like every 10 minutes, something different was happening, and somebody was saying things you never expected them to say. And other people as well, who were staunchly one way, are sort of now beginning to move left or right, even within my own family.
I made it into Reform's video. They did it. They did. Yeah, I'll show it to you later on. There's they did this thing on the transfer window. From Sky, and that was 13 years ago. No, I emailed Nigel and told him it was me. He didn't recognise me.
No. No.
Well,
but mind you, I mean, people get criticised for all sort of moving about their political allegiances.
But that's what politics is all about, isn't it?
That is exactly who they're aiming for, with all the campaigns, all the rest of it. The people who are the base, as you'd say in the States, the dyed-in-the-wool Tories or Labour. If they're never going to change their vote, come what may, then it doesn't matter. It's the floating voters in the middle.
And the point is to have a choice, isn't it?
Yeah.
I think the first point is to have a vote.
Oh, excuse me.
Pretty
well,
important.
yes.
But then to have a choice. And as you were saying, I was watching, you said, I mean, 100 years ago, it was the Liberals or the Conservatives, wasn't it?
Yeah.
There was no Labour, and now we've got more of a choice than you could argue we've got more of a choice than we've ever had. So don't moan about that.
Well, no. Anyway, look, before we talk to Anna, and so I do apologise if I'm sniffling away today. Let's just show you, because we had this really interesting interview with Robert Jenrick yesterday, and he said it's either, when it comes to who's going to be the next Prime Minister, it's either Keir Starmer or Nigel Farage.
He has as much chance of being our next Prime Minister as Zach Polansky. It's not going to happen. The choice is Starmer, or goodness knows who else, or Nigel.
Fascinating, isn't it? Of course, it all follows the shocking move by Kemi Badenoch to sack him. He was, of course, if you remember, Shadow Justice Secretary until that moment. Speaking to GB News yesterday, he said trust and credibility within the Tory party had gone.
This is uniting the right. It's not a pact or a deal. I know that you and I have debated that many, many times over the course of the last year. And, you know, there were times where I thought maybe that's possible. But it isn't realistic. At the end of the day, the trust with the Tory party is gone. And so many people are so angry and frustrated and disillusioned with the Tory party, they're never going to vote. And in fact, if Reform were to say, oh, we're going to go into some kind of arrangement with the Tory party, rightly, those people would say, you're not my party anymore.
All right, let's talk to the political editor of Times Radio, Anna Mikhailova.
Morning. Good morning.
What is your assessment a couple of days in? Because I tell you what struck me, and I get it a lot from the messages we're getting on here and on Twitter and all the rest of it, is that, if anything, people have become even more polarised with this. That they seem to be either proper dyed-in-the-wool Tories or Reform or Labour, and they're very unforgiving.
Well, and Kemi Badenoch's really coming out fighting today. I mean, she's done an interview in The Times. Interestingly, she sat down for the interview on Monday with Alice Thompson. And during the interview, Kemi Badenoch was told about Nadine Zahawi's defecting. And then afterwards, there was a follow-up call where Alice calls up and says, well, and what about Jenrick now? So, but she's you know, even on Monday, even before this, she was more confident. She was already sort of hitting her stride, obviously doing more press. And now she's coming out against Jenrick. She's also written an op-ed in The Telegraph today where she says, rather scathingly, just because someone's good at TikTok doesn't mean they're good at someone that you want on your team. But I don't know. So both of them are continuing to make very personal attacks on each other. I do think that in terms of, you know, where this leaves the Tories, I think Kemi Badenoch is definitely in a stronger place personally. She's consolidated her position. She was already doing much better since her conference. But now I think, you know, we're pretty certain that she's going to lead them into the next election. So all that talk of leadership challenge has fallen away.
Well, who else would there be anyway?
Who else? Well, I mean, 6 months ago when she was struggling a bit, there were other names technically, you know, you could have suggested. It wasn't just Jenrick as the main one people talked about, but absolutely the main rival and the thorn in her side has gone. But you know, at the end of the day, is the Conservative Party strong in the polls? That I'm not sure. So the big question will be, come May, will this strengthening her own position actually move the dial in terms of the party, or are people really fed up still with the Conservatives? My instinct is it's the latter. She's given an interview in the article in The Telegraph where she says defiantly that Britain isn't broken, which in a way leans into exactly what Robert Jenrick's been saying, that, you know, he found lately the Conservative decision to not say that Britain is broken.
Even though they believe it themselves.
Well, that's his claim.
The party line, he said, was never to say it.
He claimed that in one shadow cabinet meeting, and this is why they're particularly furious with him, because he's giving away details of actual
lifting
meetings.
the lid, yeah.
Yeah. But he says that there was an actual discussion by some of the shadow cabinet that they don't want to say Britain is broken because they broke it. He claims they said that explicitly. But even if they didn't, just Kemi Badenoch coming out so strongly and saying Britain isn't broken, our best days are ahead, it just needs, you know, things need fixing. I'm not sure that will resonate with voters who actually see a lot of things on the ground that they are very frustrated about.
No. I mean, this is the issue with all of this. And in a way, it's not playing to the base. The argument, though, is reform. I mean, reform says things that people want to hear. Because a lot of people are feeling it up and down the country. There's a big difference between that and being able to fix it. I mean, the Tories, we had Nick Timothy on yesterday, who's Jenrick's replacement, and he was going, well, it's all about sort of slow and steady and serious politics, and, well, maybe he's got a point.
He might have a point. The Conservative calculation here is very much they have a chance now. There's been one poll this week that has seen them slightly... I mean, they're not really edging ahead. It's just more that Reform's slightly dampening. So they're hoping that perhaps Reform's hit its ceiling. But... So what they want to offer is a safe pair of hands, the grown-ups in the room, trust us on the economy, and therefore we will gradually fix Britain. But the big gamble with that strategy is a lot of voters, they're not just fed up with the Conservatives, they're fed up with traditional politics as a whole. And the reason Reform largely has done so well in the polls is people want, you know, people look at them and go, well, why don't we give these guys a turn? Yeah. And I think that is what Nigel Farage is banking on and hoping for.
And I was just going to say, is it have we reached a point where good old-fashioned politics just doesn't work anymore?
I think that is it. And that's why we see not only a surge in Reform, but also the Greens. I mean, don't forget the Greens in all this. They are also a similar, almost sort of wild card option of, well, again, they've not had a go, so maybe we should give these guys a try. I think the problem Labour and the Conservatives have at the moment is when you tune into Parliament and Prime Minister's questions or other debates, you see the tops of these two parties constantly attacking each other. So a lot of the narrative is, oh, well, it was worse when you were there. Oh, it was worse under Blair when you were there. Oh, it's your fault. Oh, it's your fault. But people don't like that.
No, politicians may enjoy the banter, but we don't. We're fed up with it. Do you think there's also been a bit of an influence for unconventional politics from the United States? I mean, whatever you think of President Trump, he is a very unconventional president, and he's gotten things done despite everybody saying, oh, it's not possible.
Well, that's right, and people look at that, and because news is so easy to get on your phone now, it doesn't rely on traditional medium, people can tune in to what's going on in the States much easier. And yes, I think that's true. I mean, a lot of trends that start in the United States tend to come over here as well. So I think with politics, there's definitely an argument for that too.
What are we to make then of this talk about Wes Streeting, who should go from Labour because he's been too honest?
I mean, I think this story is completely mad. I mean, it's a great get for my colleague Stephen Swinford, but he's spoken to a cabinet minister who was telling him that, oh look what's going on with Jenrick. Oh, Kemi Badenoch did quite well. Perhaps Keir Starmer should kick out Wes Streeting. Now, the total madness of that briefing is you've had a couple of days when all the psychodrama is elsewhere and the government can actually relax and think. They had quite a decent week in many ways. They had a win with Elon Musk. Instead, you're just... Why would you then put yourself back in the front pages arguing about amongst yourselves? Because it's not only this briefing, there was then a counter-briefing from Wes Streeting's allies saying it's a real shame that Keir's so-called allies are briefing against Wes yet again. I mean, what are they doing?
Crazy.
It's madness, but could it be true?
I don't think Keir Starmer is going to kick out Wes Streeting, and I definitely don't think Wes Streeting is the defector on Tuesday. Let's just put that down.
Yeah, I thought it was they didn't say it was an MP, did they?
No, they said senior
Labour figure.
It could be a peer, it could be a donor, it could be... We'll wait and see.
Yeah.
This is exactly what, obviously, Nigel Farage wants us to be talking about.
Whetting the appetite for another scandal. Yeah, why not? All right, Anna, we'll see you later. Thank you.
We were talking a second ago about getting attendance certificates from schools.
Oh, yes.
Yeah. John has been in touch, morning John, saying, I won best attendance at Sunday school as a kid. Would you believe I was sick as a dog on prize-giving day and I couldn't go that day? My mum had to pick up my prize. It was a book about Daniel in the lion's den. Prepared me for life, that book, he says.
Oh, very good. Very good. Right. Should we have a look at the West Midlands Police Force?
Oh, my goodness, you couldn't make it up.
You couldn't. Well, look, we know the police chief at the centre of the Israeli fan ban controversy could now face a probe into his conduct, despite the fact he has now retired.
Yes. Craig Guildford, he stepped down with immediate effect after mounting pressure to resign.
Chief Constable Craig Guildford has today retired from West Midlands Police with immediate effect. In doing so, he has acted with honour and in the best interests of West Midlands Police and our region. As Police and Crime Commissioner and on behalf of the people of the West Midlands, I thank him for his service. Thank you very much.
Where's the accountability in retirement, Mr. Foster?
There you are. And he walked off, didn't even take any questions, and called Mr Guildford honourable, or he called his decision to retire early honourable. Anyway, reacting to Mr Guildford's retirement, the Home Secretary, Shabana Mahmood, said he had done the right thing.
Yeah, has he? Let's find out what Peter Bleksley, former Scotland Yard detective, makes of it all. Morning, Peter. He's done the right thing. He's acted in an honourable way, according to the PCC.
Absolute hogwash. If you watch the entire statement from Simon Foster yesterday, you would see what a pathetic, cowardly, weaselly worded statement it was. Craig Guildford's damage to the reputation of policing, the damage that he and Foster have done to the trust and confidence that the public have in the police more broadly, is absolutely almost incalculable. Guildford has lied weeks and weeks and weeks ago. It was known that he lied to Parliament, he bowed down, he caved in to a Muslim mob who were looking to arm themselves and go out and cause serious damage to Jewish football supporters. He caved in to the tyranny of mob rule. He then, in a very undignified way, tried to cling on to power, having lied to Parliament. And I've thought very carefully about what I'm going to say now, having watched events play out over recent weeks. The damage that Craig Guildford, the former Chief Constable of West Midlands Police, and Simon Foster, the Police and Crime Commissioner, the damage they have done to the reputation of policing is as equal, albeit in very, very, very different circumstances. It's as damaging as the actions of Wayne Couzens and David Carrick.
That's incredibly strong, Peter.
Yes, but the damage they've done to policing, if you've been monitoring the public discourse in the last few weeks, like I have, so many thousands upon thousands of people are on social media going, I'm done with the police. I'll never trust them again. They lie. We can't trust them. They're not for me. People in their droves are saying this, not just on social media. They're saying it in the streets. They're saying it in pubs. They're saying it in their homes. People no longer trust the police. This is down to Craig Guildford and Simon Foster.
Looking at those two gentlemen, there are lots of rumours going round. It is said that they are pretty unpopular. They're thought of by even their peers as being particularly arrogant. Is this their stubbornness, their lack of apology, not even taking questions and things like that? Is that arrogance, or do they believe they're right and they acted properly?
There is a pervasive rot in senior policing ranks throughout Britain. Go to Scotland, you've got Deputy Chief Constables suspended. Go down to Devon and Cornwall, you've got Chief Constables behaving appallingly. Go the length and breadth of the country, senior police officers acting appallingly. There is a rot, there is a major, major problem. And somehow the whole culture of senior policing needs to be changed for the benefit, not only, of course, of the public, but for the good cops, the good, brave, courageous, wonderful public servants who run towards danger while we hide or run away, who come to people in their moment of need, in their darkest, darkest days. We have lions led by deceitful, lying donkeys, and something dramatic has to change.
The one thing that strikes me about this particular situation, Peter, is, and one of our guests said it yesterday, and it's really stuck with me, is this idea now that our second city is not a safe place for anyone who is Jewish in this country, which is just unbelievably shocking.
I completely understand somebody saying that. Look what Guildford and the West Midlands Police did. They knew that a Muslim mob was arming itself with the sole intention of going onto the streets of Birmingham and attacking Jewish football supporters. A more rampant act of anti-Semitism you'd have to look very, very hard to find. Did Guildford take on that mob? Did Guildford instruct police officers to go and gather the evidence, go and gather the intelligence, find out where these people are, find out where the weapons are, arrest them and put them in front of a court? No, he didn't. He bowed down and then he lied. He lied to a parliamentary committee. In the face of mob rule, Craig Guildford bowed down in front of that tyranny. It's utterly disgraceful.
And it is, as Stephen said, it's the second city, for heaven's sake. And it's important gathering together of all sorts of different communities. I know Birmingham very well. I come from, born in Birmingham, actually. And I think a lot of ordinary Brummies, if you can say that, would be deeply ashamed of what's happening to that city.
And you only have to go on to social media or take a short 100-mile journey from London to Birmingham to listen to what people are saying. They are appalled, and because the Chief Constable caved in. Islamist reactionaries have got a grip on that city and they're not going to let go. I wonder who the next Chief Constable will be. Will he come in and bow down to the Muslim mob, or will he stand up to any kind of person, no matter what colour their skin, no matter what faith, race, religion, creed, culture they are from, and stand up and say, if you break the law, we're coming for you? Or will he cave in, or will she cave in like Craig Guildford?
OK. Peter, thank you very much indeed. I mean, look, very strong words from Peter. Loads of you getting in touch this morning about that, so thinking he's saying the right thing. Again, there's always from an interview like that, there's always something that stands out. And for me, it's what Peter said right at the end. That with policing, you've got to be able to say, whatever your colour, religion, background, heritage, anything, this is the law of the land and it needs to be followed. And if you break the law, then we're coming for you.
And everybody will be treated equally.
Everyone's equal.
And it didn't seem to have been the case.
No.
And what I find extraordinary, and you're all saying this as well, extraordinary, is that he was announced as stepping down, retiring. It'll be on a full pension, and that it seemed to be his decision, and it was an honourable decision.
Honourable.
I can't believe that.
Honourable is the word that gets me. He's acted in an honourable way.
And the PCC didn't even have the courage to take any questions.
Yeah.
Which is appalling, isn't it?
I'm going to keep your thoughts coming through, gbnews.com/you'll say. Time for the weather at 6:24 with Alex.
Expect warm spells with the odd rude interruption. Box Boilers sponsors the weather on GB News.
Morning, welcome to your latest weather update from the Met Office here on GB News. The weekend's starting fairly grey, a lot of cloud around, some mist and fog around as well, and there's also a few showers, but we should see some brighter spells coming and going. It's a bit of a messy picture, the breeze generally coming up from the south, bringing showers to the east of Northern Ireland, a zone of wetter weather crossing through eastern Scotland, maybe a bit of snow over the hills. Showers across England and Wales, pretty well scattered. Many places here will have a dry afternoon. It should brighten up a touch as well. May see a glimmer or two of blue sky and a bit of sun. May see temperatures top out in double figures, mostly high single digits and pretty close to the average for the time of year. Not feeling all that pleasant though, with a showery rain across northeast Scotland. Further south, as I say, some brighter skies and just one or two scattered showers, maybe over Wales and eastern England. We should see some sunny spells too. Pembrokeshire and feeding up to the east of Northern Ireland, we've got this zone of showers, so it could make for quite a wet day in Belfast. Further west across Northern Ireland, not too many showers. Much of western Scotland also dry into the evening, but still staying fairly grey and cloudy with outbreaks of rain across northeast Scotland. We'll continue to feed some wet weather in here through Saturday evening. Otherwise, many places will become dry. And then we look down to the south as another zone of showery rain just slowly spreads its way northwards across East Anglia and the southeast. That'll keep the temperatures up here, where we've got clear skies across northern Scotland. We may well see some pockets of of frost. Mist and fog also likely to thicken up tonight, so it could be quite murky first thing on Sunday morning. A zone of rain also expanding, so quite a damp morning for a good part of England and Wales. Still some showers across the east of Northern Ireland, but for much of Northern Ireland and Scotland, most of Sunday morning looks dry and bright. Some rain likely to creep into the far south of Scotland late in the day. Again, double digits across the southeast, but feeling cooler for most with the outbreaks of rain.
Expect warm spells with the odd rude interruption. Box Boiler sponsors the weather on GB News.
Bold.
They are under no illusion.
Ray.
Are you a human trafficker?
Boundless. I've had enough of the nonsense, and I'm not afraid to say it.
Don't get us on the BBC.
Every weeknight, I tear through the headlines.
The smell of gasoline. Should we be worried about it?
From Westminster madness to cultural war chaos.
What I'm going to do now, they are throwing things out the car as we speak.
Get ready, Britain. Here we go. Patrick Christie tonight, weeknights from 9 p.m, only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
5 hosts, 5 opinions, 5 fearless debates,
5 unfiltered takes on the day's news.
5 reasons not to be anywhere else on Saturday night.
This is the Saturday 5. You got me. You got me good there.
Britain's biggest Saturday night TV show.
It's not a bad brand.
Yeah.
Uncensored.
Very, very racy tonight on the unpredictable.
What does she say? Can you translate it for us?
And always entertaining.
And how can a country go from being led by William Wallace
Saturday nights from 6 p.m. only on GB News.
The People's Channel.
Britain's news channel.
You're going to want to stay tuned, trust me.
Britain was once the envy of the world. But look around. A nation that no longer knows what it is or where it's going. A country that's broken. How do we fix Britain? How do we bring it back? Friday night with Matt Goodwin at 8 p.m.
Only on GB News.
Now, have you heard of Cirque du Soleil? They are the world's most famous circus troupe, if you like, and they're back in Britain to celebrate their 30th anniversary.
Yes, they invited our national reporter, Will Godley, behind the scenes at the Royal Albert Hall to see how they prepare for their performances at one of Britain's most iconic venues.
It's the high-flying, body-defying spectacle, now back in London for its 30th year. And as the acrobats gear up for their residency at the Royal Albert Hall, we were invited along for a behind-the-scenes look to find out how Cirque du Soleil gets off the ground. Well, with more than 100 cast and crew, this is not only one of the most famous, but also one of the biggest circuses anywhere in the world. And so, undoubtedly, there are some challenges bringing Cirque du Soleil to this iconic venue, the Royal Albert Hall. The show, called OVO, is insect-inspired.
We've got ants that do foot juggling, we've got spiders that do contortion and slack wire, we've got scarabs that fly high across the ceiling.
But to bring this all to life, they need a specially designed stage to fit the concert hall, and the acrobats have a strict training schedule.
We're getting ready for a show tonight, and we're rehearsing. We're making sure everyone knows what their cues are, getting their body back in shape after a day off, maybe. But these people train every day. They eat healthy. They're in the gym at midnight. There's a lot of physical preparation.
Despite a grueling training regime, the acrobats still love coming to London.
I'm very lucky to get to work with some incredibly talented and hardworking people. The show itself is super fun to do. We have a lot of fun with the storyline.
But before any somersaults can take place, the costumes need to be made. A team of designers work non-stop to handcraft every outfit. And to keep them all clean, a whopping 60 loads of washing every single week. But they say it's all worth it to perform at the Royal Albert Hall.
It's an incredible institution, and it's so special to take this incredible circus, mix it with this incredible venue, and you get something truly spectacular.
7 million people have seen this show from around the world. But for the next couple of months, it's London, where Cirque du Soleil will call home. Paul Godley, GB News.
You have to be there, I think, to really get the spectacle,
sense of it.
don't you?
Yeah.
Just pointing a camera at it doesn't. It's one of those things that doesn't work so well.
No.
You need to be there and watching it happen around you.
I mean, they are incredible.
And the Albert Hall is the perfect shape for it as well, because they can do it in the round on the base, and then you're just sort of looking up. It's so high.
Oh, well, if you fancy going to that, let us know if you've got tickets.
I fancy going more to...
Oh, indeed.
Yeah, that one.
That one?
It's the one Ellie was talking about. Oh, Paddington.
Oh, Paddington.
Yeah, Paddington. Oh, I'd love to see that.
Would you? You have to get yourself down
yes,
there.
I'll definitely get down there.
All the tickets go.
Yeah. Well,
anyway,
I had a look online, and then you can't get a ticket until April.
Oh, heck.
Yeah, but it'd be worth waiting for.
Yeah, probably would be. Probably would be. Look, it's all very expensive, these tickets, though. Maybe you need £85,000.
Yeah, that would
be
help.
Very nice. It
yeah.
would. You could see whatever you wanted then. It's tax-free cash. It's our latest and greatest so far cash giveaway. Here's how you enter.
There's only 2 weeks left to ensure you're in the draw to win our biggest cash prize so far. An incredible £85,000 in tax-free cash could be yours.
Hi, I'm Jane from Manchester. I won £54,321 with the Great British Giveaway. It is real, and it does happen to everyday people like myself. And that one text has just made my life 100% better.
But you have to hurry, as lines close on Friday the 30th of January. For another chance to win £85,000 cash, text cash to 63225. One entry costs £2.50 plus one standard network rate message. Or text bonus to 63225. 5 entries cost £5 plus one standard network rate message. Go to gbnews.com/win. Entries start at £2.50. Call 0903 686 3232. Calls cost £2.50 plus your network access charge. Or post your name and number to GB18 PO Box 8690 Derby DE1 9TT. UK only. Entrance must be 18 or over. Lines close at 4 p.m. on the 30th of January. The winner may be contacted live on GB News week commencing 9th of February. Please check the closing time if listening or watching on demand. Good luck.
Yeah, very good luck indeed, because that would be wonderful. Now, still to come, a big shake-up for Crystal Palace, who are already a bit shaken, aren't they? Yeah, that's coming up next with Aidan.
Britain was once the envy of the world. But look around. A nation that no longer knows what it is or where it's going. A country that's broken. How do we fix Britain? How do we bring it back? Friday night with Matt Goodwin at 8 p.m. only on GB News.
Martin Daubney, weekdays from 3 p.m.
That you finally got your MBE. Well done, sir.
Absolutely, and thank you very much indeed. Yeah, I'm so honoured, to get it. I could not believe it when I got the letter saying, they were going to honour me with it. I can't wait to go and collect it now.
And Paul, no doubt when you go and meet His Majesty, you might have some kind of funny quip to say to him. What are you going to say? To me, to your Majesty?
Well, I might say, not from you to me, hopefully. It depends who it is, doesn't it, as well? It'd be I might be stum. Sometimes I can't say things much, but who knows? I mean, I'm just really looking forward to collecting it. It's I feel so honoured.
And Paul, of course, as well as services to comedy, which this wasn't for, though heaven knows it perhaps should have been, this was for services, your recognition of your fundraising for Marie Curie for cancer, of course, because your brother Barry sadly passed away of bone cancer. And since that time, you kind of made it one of your missions to raise awareness, and that is why the King has given you the nod. Tell us about your charity work.
Well, both Barry and I were both ambassadors for Marie Curie for about 6-7 years before Barry passed away. It was just such a fabulous thing. You know so many people that have been looked after by Marie Curie in the later age. That's obviously because of the age we are, getting to that sort of age. Lots of our friends and family are passing away. And the Marie Curie, they just everything. When my father-in-law passed away, he was on what you say his deathbed. And a Marie Curie nurse sat up with my wife all night long. She didn't have to, but they sat there for like 7 or 8 hours with her. It was, they're just wonderful people. They do a lot more than people realise they do.
GB News, the People's Channel.
No matter the state it's in, this is our nation. Join me, Jacob Rees-Mogg, for a genuine, honest discussion on where we have been, where we are going, and where we are with the people who set the direction. Tune in to State of the Nation every Monday to Thursday, 8 to 9 o'clock. Only on GB News.
Britain deserves a newsroom that puts the facts and your voice first.
Well, and that's what you get on GB News. Lively debates, lively conversation.
And we're not afraid to hold power to account.
And each other. So join me, Andrew Pearce.
And me, Miriam Cates, for Britain's Newsroom, weekdays from 9:30 on GB News.
Aidan's here at 6:38. What's going on with Crystal Palace?
Well, if you look at last week, we know all about the defeat against Macclesfield, and the fallout seems to have continued into this week because it's been, to coin a Palace phrase, what's annus horribilis? What's the weekly version of an annus horribilis?
I don't know.
Weakus horribilis. What's weak in Latin? I don't know. Maybe they don't have them.
Don't know. Well, we haven't got ages, so let's go on to that later on. But look, Crystal Palace, their manager Oliver Glasner yesterday announced he's leaving at the end of the season. Mark Gurhey, the defender, their star defender, England defender, is leaving for Manchester City as well in an initial £20 million deal. Now, this is, I'm not going to say it's unprecedented because we've seen it before, but when it has happened before, when a manager has announced, I'm leaving at the end of the season, it never goes well. You think about Sir Alex Ferguson in 2002. He couldn't get the contract he wanted, so he said, I'm leaving at the end of the season. The players basically down tools. They lost the league title to Arsenal. 2016, more recently, Manuel Pellegrini at Manchester City reveals that he's leaving City, and they just limped towards the line. They weren't in title contention in the first place. So we'll come on to Palace in more depth in the next couple of hours because we've got guests giving their opinion on what's gone on. But I want to touch on Man United.
Yeah. By the way, hebdomadae.
Yes.
Hebdomadae.
Or Septimana.
All right. It's nice and pithy, isn't it?
Horribilis.
OK.
Just so you know.
Yeah, good. Well, I did ask you, so I appreciate that. I want to focus on Man United because they play today at 12:30, a huge Manchester derby in front of a TV audience of hundreds of millions globally. That'll be at Old Trafford, 12:30. Michael Carrick has been speaking. He's been talking about the din in the background, all these ex-players who make money for criticising Man United. Well, you have to say that the criticism has been there justifiably in recent years. But here's what he's had to say about some of his predecessors attacking Man United in recent years.
I think it's just part of it. The role. I understand it. I understand there's plenty of opinions around, and some are positive, some are not so much. But I think in some ways, for me, in terms of you saying about putting pressure, for me, it's totally irrelevant in terms of me and how I go to work and what I focus on. I kind of know already what we want to improve on and how we want to work with the players, and I've already said about improving things, and there's a lot of opinions, a lot can be said. It is the way of the world, I'm not going to pay too much attention.
I'm pleased he said that because back in 2014 he was in brief caretaker charge, and Roy Keane didn't like an interview he gave post a defeat to Olympiacos. Carrick's wife then weighed in on social media attacking Roy Keane. Now, what I'd say is I'm pleased that you said that yesterday at the press conference, because you should, if you're a top side, a world-beating club, which United have been over the last 30-odd years, you should be able to deal with criticism from those who are successful in the past. Do you really think Sir Alex Ferguson didn't have to deal with comparisons with Sir Matt Busby? Do we really think that Ryan Giggs didn't have to deal with comparisons to George Best? I mean, loads of players at United had to deal with those comparisons because they set the standard. Those guys have earned the right to spout. They've earned the right to criticise the side, especially when they're not doing well, and they've not been doing well over the last 13 years since Sir Alex Ferguson left. There's no question about that. But the Manchester derby today, 12:30.
All right, lovely. Aidan, thank you very much indeed.
Yeah, lots more to talk next time you come in, which 40 minutes or so time, yeah? Still to come, the luxury dog clothing market, would you believe, is soaring as pet owners go all out to keep their dogs warm this winter. And it's happened in our family, I must say.
Yeah.
Little doggy raincoat appeared.
Yeah, so we've got Susan Holder and Pete Price coming up with all the papers in just a moment. First, if you want to keep warm, how about heading to Europe? Here's the forecast.
Ready to soak up that holiday sunshine?
Won't we need some cover?
No worries. All sorted.
All Clear Travel Insurance sponsors GB News Travel Destinations forecast.
Hello. Should be a largely sunny Sunday for the Algarve. We are looking at some showery rain crossing the Canaries and staying fairly wet in Barcelona. Weather front pushing south, bringing some outbreaks of rain across the Canaries on Sunday. Looking a bit dry and brighter into next week. We've got a feed of showery rain also across the south of France and down to Catalonia. The southern tip of Italy also likely to see a few showers. And a cool breeze blowing its way across Crete. As I said, the Canaries looking brighter into next week.
All Clear Travel Insurance sponsors GB News Travel Destinations forecast.
Bold. They are under no illusion. Ray. Are you a human trafficker? Boundless. I've had enough of the nonsense, and I'm not afraid to say it. Don't get this on the BBC. Every weeknight, I tear through the headlines. The smell of gasoline. Should we be worried about it? From Westminster madness to cultural war chaos. What I'm going to do now, they are throwing things out the car as we speak. Get ready, Britain. Here we go. Patrick Christie tonight, weeknights from 9 p.m, only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
Hi, I'm Michelle Dewberry, and my show is your opportunity to cut through all the noise and dive in headfirst to some robust debates. Ideas clash.
Situation, isn't it?
No,
because the failure is
you're deliberately avoiding my point. Nothing's held back.
And if you think this is the end of it, wait for more.
And we do not shy away from the difficult stuff. Sometimes I want to shake people and say, if only you understood. So join me on Dubes & Co. weeknights at 6 p.m, only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
You want to know what's really going on in the corridors of power? Labour don't know what to do with you half the time, and that makes you quite lethal in the chamber. Get behind the headlines with Chopper's Political Podcast. Join me, Christopher Hope, as I sit down with the great and the good of British politics. We'll see where this ruling takes us. These are the stories shaping our nation. Chopper's Political Podcast, available now on all platforms. Listen in and stay ahead.
From the school run to the home run, watch a new show for all of Britain.
He can say whatever he wants.
A straight-talking show where all voices are heard.
And, you know, when are we going to stop talking about smashing the gangs and actually do it?
With the stories that matter from every part of our country.
There's a bit of a crash landing there for your Chancellor.
Bold, fearless and standing up for you. That's me, Martin Daubney, 3 p.m. till 6 p.m, weekdays, here only on GB News. The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Do you trust what you're being told? Good, because neither do I.
Those are just facts.
I'm Alex Armstrong, and on my show, we'll expose the spin.
Well, I want to answer that, because you didn't let me last time, because you always speak over me.
The broken promises.
To deny that is denying the truth.
And the hypocrisy.
We can allow. We can allow.
Politics, policy, parliament. Nothing is off limits. No sugarcoating, no fear of offence, just the truth laid bare. Tune in every Saturday and Sunday at 9 p.m. for Alex Armstrong Tonight, only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
No matter the state it's in, this is our nation. Join me, Jacob Rees-Mogg, for a genuine, honest discussion on where we have been, where we are going, and where we are with the people who set the direction. Tune in to State of the Nation every Monday to Thursday, 8 to 9 o'clock. Only on GB News.
Right, time for the papers at 6:46 with radio presenter Pete Price and the journalist Susan Holder. Good morning, you two.
Good morning indeed.
Nice to see you both this morning.
He's very perky.
He is very perky.
Yes. It's early in the morning. Got to be on GB News Breakfast.
Of course you have.
Look at the panel.
Yeah.
Right, let's kick off with the Telegraph, Susan.
Yes.
Labour would face a wipeout if there are elections, apparently.
Yes, but we're not going to find that out because they have called off said elections.
Yes.
Now you may think that that is a conspiracy. I could not possibly comment, obviously. Or you might just think that what Keir Starmer tells us is true, which is there are economical reasons why these council elections cannot go ahead, and he's using a special dispensation to stop them. But other people would claim that it's because he thinks he's going to get wiped out across the board, not just by reform, although that obviously it would be a big where a lot of the votes would go, but also to the Conservative Party. And so, yes, that's what they're saying. 10 councils could be wiped out, according to polling. And according to polling as well, if you believe polling, which obviously that's a moot point, only 5% of the electorate in those areas are in favour of these elections not going ahead because the councils need restructuring. That's why they're saying we should leave it for now. But it affects people, millions of people, in Blackburn, Cannock Chase, Exeter, Preston, Thurrock and Worthing.
But doesn't it cost a lot of money to do this and the councils are stuck? I understand, and I understand the theories, but it does cost a lot of money. And the councils are absolutely strapped.
But they had last year to sort of... It's the second delay.
And last time I checked, we were still a democracy. I may be wrong. I may be wrong.
You may be wrong.
A democracy that's costing a lot of money.
Yeah, but a vote is worth the money, isn't it?
Yeah, but half my listeners never vote. I'm not voting. No, don't trust that. Well, don't come on and moan then. Vote or don't vote.
Yeah, well, I'd agree with that. Can we have a look, Pete, at the Mail and the Hillsborough Bill?
Right. Bereaved families say that they cannot no longer trust Labour with the watered-down Hillsborough Bill. It's a blow to Sir Keir Starmer. The Prime Minister opened his Labour conference speech last year pledging to bring the measures to justice. I cannot understand what he's doing. I don't understand why he's watering it down. He promised it. Does he not understand the pain people are going through in Liverpool? And not just Liverpool, the fans of LFC all around the world. It has never gone away. It was the most barbaric thing that ever happened. We were lied about. We were treated like dirt. And now we were promised this bill. The Labour councillors are up in arms in Liverpool. The people are up in arms. And it's wearing these people out.
Yeah, it's 1989 it happened.
It's absolutely disgusting. I don't understand it. I do not understand it. And people are shaking their heads in disbelief.
Can I just ask, though? It was 1989. This has gone on a very long time.
Yep.
What do we think can be achieved now?
We're helping other people. We're helping the bombing in Manchester. We're helping other disasters. Forget Hillsborough in that respect.
Okay.
It's in the name of Hillsborough to help other people not go through what we went through. And what we went through was horrendous and still is horrendous. But it's not self-pity. Scousers, whinging Scousers.
No,
it's nothing to do with that. It's to do with the fact it's going to help other people. Please, God, these tragedies don't happen again.
With safety measures or with the way things are investigated?
With safety measures, with
because I do think a lot of people get very weary about hearing about the Hillsborough thing and think, well, what else can be done?
Except that it's the injustice that things that were promised have never actually materialised.
And he's promised
I mean, you
it.
could say the same thing about the post office scandal.
Absolutely,
that those families have been promised and still haven't got any money.
Well, the fear there is we are going to be talking about that in 30 years' time.
Exactly. But why do these things happen? how come they're allowed to happen?
But Susie, I promise you, it's not about Hillsborough.
Yeah.
It's the bigger
No,
picture.
that's a good point.
The bigger picture.
But it's that pain that just does not... It's so raw
It is
still.
terrible. It is terrible because you walk past LFC. We are a community, whether you like it or not. It's nothing to do with whinging Scousers. We wear our hearts on our sleeves because it was so bad, but we want it to go away and help other people. Please, God, there's no more tragedies like it.
Yeah. Oh, now what should we look at next? What do you fancy? Do you fancy a super strength fat jab, Susan? The Telegraph?
Thank you very much. What are you trying to say?
No.
Rude. I can't find this. I'm blind with the story now.
Telegraph page 6.
It is in the Telegraph page 6. That's where I've got it there.
I thought they were strong enough, weren't they?
Well, they are. Well, it depends what you want. Apparently, you can reach a plateau with some of them, and these are for the people who medically need them, not if you just want to kind of shave a few pounds so you look better on the telly in the morning, which I'm sure it would work for, but that's not what I'm going to do. This is a triple strength weight loss jab, which is going to be given to people who are very kind of clinically obese and reach a plateau. And it does actually, you lose 50% of your body weight on this system over 72 weeks, which is a very, very long time. So actually, but I have to say, I mean, I do look around and see an awful lot of bad effects of these things being misused, which is always a worry. But this is going to be something that you could only get via a clinician and something that's medicated.
The biggest problem with all these drugs is the illegal ones that are going round.
I'm sure.
There was a certain hospital where I live has had to deal an A&E with some people who've had major problems because they were selling illegal whatever's in it.
So it's not the right stuff?
No, it's not the right stuff. Because the right stuff is so expensive now.
Yes, it is.
And because Trump put tariffs on, which made it go up 170% because of America, because he said the drugs were too cheap in England. So that's what's happened there. So now the illegal stuff's in. And if you see the packaging on the illegal stuff, the owners of the companies can say, from China, where's that? I can't...
I mean, I do feel, I mean, obviously, I really do feel that people should be going to somebody very professional and medical to get this to get this given. Because I still think, even for that, we don't know the side effects of these things long term. There hasn't been enough time to know what this effect will have on people who are taking it. And also, I think...
Well, it depends. I mean, it has been on the market for 20, 25 years.
Right, for
medical reasons.
But it's being more widely used now.
I've got a friend who's a consultant surgeon, and he said it's a miracle drug. It's one of the most amazing drugs ever because it's helping with so many other things as well.
Comorbidities, they call them, don't they? All the other things you suffer from, particularly if you're very overweight.
Sure.
All right, you two. We've got to leave it there, but we will see you a little bit later on.
Oh, I think we're in for hours today.
Yeah, we'll be able to get rid of you. Right, now let's catch up with the weather with Alex.
Warm and cosy, with a chance of zero visibility. Boxed Boiler sponsors the weather on GB News.
Morning, welcome to your latest weather update from the Met Office here on GB News. The weekend's starting fairly grey, a lot of cloud around, some mist and fog around as well, and there's also a few showers, but we should see some brighter spells coming and going. It's a bit of a messy picture, the breeze generally coming up from the south, bringing showers to the east of Northern Ireland, a zone of wetter weather crossing through eastern Scotland, maybe a bit of snow over the hills. Showers across England and Wales, pretty well scattered. Many places here will have a dry afternoon. It should brighten up a touch as well. May see a glimmer or two of blue sky and a bit of sun. May see temperatures top out in double figures, mostly high single digits and pretty close to the average for the time of year. Not feeling all that pleasant though, with the showery rain across northeast Scotland. Further south, as I say, some brighter skies and just one or two scattered showers, maybe over Wales and eastern England. We should see some sunny spells too. Pembrokeshire and feeding up to the east of Northern Ireland, we've got the zone of showers, so it could make for quite a wet day in Belfast. Further west across Northern Ireland, not too many showers. Much of western Scotland also dry into the evening, but still staying fairly grey and cloudy with outbreaks of rain across northeast Scotland. We'll continue to feed some wet weather in here through Saturday evening. Otherwise, many places will become dry. And then we look down to the south as another zone of showery rain just slowly spreads its way northwards across East Anglia and the southeast. That'll keep the temperatures up here, where we've got clear skies across northern Scotland. We may well see some pockets of frost. Mist and fog also likely to thicken up tonight, so it could be quite murky first thing on Sunday morning. A zone of rain also expanding, so quite a damp morning for a good part of England and Wales. Still some showers across the east of Northern Ireland, but for much of Northern Ireland and Scotland, most of Sunday morning looks dry and bright. Some rain likely to creep into the far south of Scotland late in the day. Again, double digits across the southeast, but feeling cooler for most with the outbreaks of rain.
Warm and cosy, with a chance of zero visibility. Boxed Boilers sponsors the weather on GB News.
An incredible £85,000 in tax-free cash could be yours.
Hi, I'm Jane. I won £54,321 with the Great British Giveaway. Oh, definitely please enter. It is real, and that one text has just made my life 100% better.
For another chance to win £85,000 cash, text cash to 63225. One entry costs £2.50 plus one standard network rate message, or text bonus to 63225. 5 entries cost £5 plus one standard network rate message. Go to gbnews.com/win. Entries start at £2.50. Call 0903 686 3232. Calls cost £2.50 plus your network access charge, or post your name and number to GB18 PO Box 8690 Derby DE1 9TT. UK only. Entrance must be 18 or over. Lines close at 4 p.m. on the 30th of January. Please check the closing time if listening or watching on demand. Good luck.
I'm Jacob Rees-Mogg, and this is GB News, Britain's news channel.
This is GB News, Britain's news channel.
Good for your mental health, able to chat to other men about things that are bothering you, or just have a natter.
The club meets apparently at an Essex pub at 8 o'clock every Sunday, so they should be meeting now. We've sent our reporter down there to see what it's all about.
Yes.
She's GB News reporter Bethany Elsey, and I think she's there. Bethany, a very good morning to you. What's going on?
Good morning to you both. Good morning to you both. Anne, you're absolutely right. Dozens of people have turned out here in Brentwood for this countryside walk to support men's mental health. It is, of course, all set up by the famous entrepreneur Thomas Skinner, who joins me now.
And my lovely mate Rob.
and Rob Heisey, who is a therapist. Thank you both for joining us. Thomas, why have you set up this event?
I just feel like, look, listen, like, us blokes don't talk to each other enough. We're always going to work, grafting, looking after the family, but we never talk about us, never look after us. And there ain't nothing out there really around this way for people to sit down, have a little chat, have a cup of tea, enjoy the countryside. Just blokes supporting blokes, that's all it's about, you know what I mean? Nice and early Sunday morning, before you do bits and pieces, and we can relax.
And Thomas, it's the second event of its kind. The first was last Sunday. You had about 80 people turn out now. There's dozens more here today. It's a real sense of community here.
Yeah, do you know what's lovely is shaking everyone's hand so far this morning. People that come from all over, not just from around here. People that come from Bethnal Green, people that come from Dartford. One guy's come from Canterbury, and obviously all the locals turn up too. We've got just over 80 people. I think we're going to get more than 100 today, and look, hopefully it grows. The more the merrier, yeah? All we are, we just want to look after each other, put our arms around each other, and have a nice walk, and just say, you know what, it's all right.
GB News, the People's Channel.
Good morning. Nigel or bust? Those are the defiant words of Robert Jenrick as he rules out Kemi Badenoch's chances of becoming the next Prime Minister after his defection to Reform.
Kemi has as much chance of being our next Prime Minister as Zach Polanski. It's not going to happen. The choice is Starmer, or goodness knows who else, or Nigel.
The Conservative leader has hit back, saying there's no chance of a pact with Reform UK, who she calls liars.
Well, meanwhile, new polling reveals 19% of adults are now more likely to vote Reform following Mr Jenrick's defection. So what does it mean for the future of the Conservatives.
And this all comes as rumours of turmoil within the Labour Party grow, with Keir Starmer reportedly being urged to sack Wes Streeting over the Health Secretary's so-called brazen and brutally honest media appearances. So should the Prime Minister take a leaf out of Kemi Badenoch's book?
What's the true cost of net zero? Well, the Governor of the Bank of England has said initiatives aimed at tackling climate change are slowing growth globally.
Airlines are going to save millions on fuel because of weight loss jabs. Apparently they're so popular that it's having a real effect on the weight of the average aeroplane. So should you pay more if you weigh more?
Now, we think 500 pubs have closed for good in the 18 months since Labour came to power. 500 more are expected to close this year. Will the Chancellor's hospitality lifeline save the industry?
It was a dramatic 24 hours for Crystal Palace as it's revealed that they're about to lose both their manager, Oliver Glasner, and star player Mark Gurhey. We'll have reaction to that throughout the morning, and we'll look ahead to the Manchester derby at Old Trafford.
A bit of a grey start, some mist and fog out there in places, and a few showers. It's going to be a messy mix through the course of this weekend. Join me later for a full forecast.
It's just gone 7 o'clock. I'm Stephen Dixon.
And I'm Anne Diamond, and this is GB News Breakfast.
It's media frenzy in the papers, isn't it?
It is, it's bonkers, isn't it? Over politics.
Over politics.
So I tell you what, talking of frenzy...
Oh, yeah.
If you were posh enough to go and have tea at the Ritz...
Oh, right. Jolly good.
You might be rather shocked to see a mouse scuttling through the dark.
What?
Yes. Now,
What you
I am
paying
going to
for?
say, because I'm terrified here of what the Ritz are going to think of us saying this, but it is in the Daily Mail, right? No. And not only that, but there is video of it because one of the customers, one of the clientele, there actually took a picture, and you can see it. I think it's a video as well of a mouse scuttling through the top restaurant in the Ritz. Yeah.
Mind you, it's hard to stop them, isn't it?
Yes, it is. It's an old building, a beautiful old building, but wow.
I was in a pub in Wimbledon about 10 years ago and I spotted a mouse going across the floor on a Sunday during Sunday lunch.
Yeah.
And I said, excuse me, do you realise you've got mice going across the floor here? It's not a joke, it's not a joke, it's serious. I wish it was a joke, but the guy actually said, well, what do you want us to do about it? We can't catch them all. It's not a joke, it's just it's the truth. He said there were loads of them and that got me worried. You're waiting for a punchline, aren't you?
I thought that was a punchline.
No, that wasn't. No,
I was going to say, oh, you've had better, eh?
A spokesman for the Ritz said the Ritz Hotel takes matters of this nature extremely seriously and is conducting a full investigation.
Well.
They added yesterday, our commitment is to ensure the safety and comfort of our guests and colleagues. I guess these huge old buildings next to the river as well, really, when you think about it, not that surprising.
No, not anyway, but it's still not what you want to see.
So have you done tea at the Ritz?
Oh, yeah, definitely.
I did as well.
It's lovely, yeah. And I'm not scared of mice, thank goodness.
No,
but
I know. I
some
don't get
people
that.
would be. They'd be standing
my
on
mum
the
was
table,
terrified.
wouldn't they? Yeah.
No, they've never bothered me. Spiders is another matter.
Yeah, totally different.
Not a fan of spiders.
No.
Anyway.
That put me off that Cirque du Soleil thing that we're going to be showing you a bit more later. Apparently, the Cirque du Soleil at the Royal Albert Hall is insect-themed.
Including spiders.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know.
Not sure I'd want a big web being woven over the head or something.
No. Anyway, I'm sure some people love it. Oh. They love it. Anyway, our main news this morning is Robert Jenrick. Again, some of you will say, however, he's said the Conservative Party is over and he's compared Kemi Badenoch's chances of becoming Prime Minister to that of the Green Party leader.
Kemi has as much chance of being our next Prime Minister as Zach Polanski. It's not going to happen. The choice is Starmer, or goodness knows who else, or Nigel.
Well, of course, this all follows Kemi Badenoch's shock sacking of the former Shadow Justice Secretary after evidence of his defection was allegedly uncovered in some way. Speaking to GB News yesterday, Robert Jenrick said trust and credibility within the Tory party utterly gone.
Well, if you thought that was the focus of everything, think again, because there are now rumours of turmoil within Labour. Keir Starmer reportedly being urged to sack Wes Streeting over the Health Secretary's brazen and brutally honest media appearances.
That's like saying sack him because he's been too honest. Is it? Let's talk to political editor of Times Radio, Anna Mikhailova. Yeah, I mean, that's extraordinary, isn't it? Do you think it's true that there are enough people within the government, or certainly within the parliamentary party, saying to Keir Starmer, get rid of Wes Streeting in the same way?
Well, definitely. I mean, it's a cabinet minister doing it. Obviously, we don't know the name, but it's that they're saying it, and then there's a counter briefing from Wes Streeting's team saying why they're briefing against me again. It's all very bizarre for them to be doing this. I mean, they should not be doing, they should be thinking about the timing. And you can just imagine people in Number 10 waking up this morning thinking, oh, what are they talking about? But there's an element here of, for a while now, people have felt a bit more able to criticise, and it's the level of criticism directed at Keir Starmer from within his own MPs, for example, is really quite something. So it's hard to have a conversation in Westminster with anyone in Labour at the moment where there isn't some reference to possible leadership challenge or the party's future or Keir Starmer's personal future. It's just become quite a mainstream thing to talk about privately.
What are we to make of what Jenrick was telling GB News yesterday? And it's interesting the way he's phrased it all. He's not sort of had a particular direct pop at Kemi Badenoch. He's tried not to do it on a personal level, which is clearly... I mean, he's thinking politically, isn't he, in that sense? But to say she's got absolutely zero chance of becoming Prime Minister is a heck of a cutting comment.
He's really continuing to go after his former party. And I think his argument is that the Conservative approach post-election is just the wrong one. I mean, don't forget he ran to be leader. He lost, but he ran on a very different platform to Kemi Badenoch. He wanted the party to spend a lot more time effectively apologising and thinking about what it did wrong and making amends with voters. And he feels that process hasn't really been done and that the party has not done that enough, and that it will be punished in the polls.
Can I just ask you, just because I was just looking at the comments, DA has just messaged, and it's a really interesting point, actually. It says, when Labour came to power, Starmer was derided for months for talking down Britain, talking of broken Britain. Yet it's all right for Farage and now Jenrick to do the same thing.
It is a really good point. I was thinking similar earlier. I wonder what the difference is now. I think the difference is that the reason it was so damaging when Keir Starmer did it, and Rachel Reeves, don't forget, is they were in government and they had actually come in and they did it in the run-up to their first budget. So you did.
Well, they were telling us how dismal everything was going to be.
Dismal. They were doing the political strategy at the time was to effectively blame the last government, but voters, because everything moved so quickly, voters just had moved on from that, but also they went overboard and they ended up talking the economy down, and businesses were saying that they were feeling the effects of that. I think it is different when you're doing it in opposition. Obviously, Labour did it effectively in the run-up to the election, and with Nigel Farage, when he does it, he's talking about specific things, and he's talking about specific things that voters do care about, and the kind of voters who have not felt represented by mainstream parties. But I mean, certainly the thinking behind Kemi Badenoch's approach here is that if she is the one that offers a bit of hope, that could be helpful. But will the voters really trust the Conservatives with that hope? This is the problem.
Yeah, so it's a tricky one. So almost you've got to employ a strategy of saying Britain is broken, we'll fix it. And then, should you get into power, then you've got to become ultra-positive.
And you've got to be able to say, and this is how we fix it.
Well, I think you have a plan.
Have a strategy.
Exactly, you have to have a plan. That was what was missing with Labour when they came in. They didn't seem to have a concrete plan, including for the economy. It was just saying that they wanted growth, which didn't then transpire into concrete steps of how to get it. And also, it is quite different when you are the government and when you are the Chancellor saying certain things, because it moves markets. I mean, that's the difference. It's not just pure politics.
Why has this been all so exciting? over the last couple of days. Is it? I wondered. I mean, if people out there, if you're particularly bothered by all of this, or is it just people either in the Westminster bubble or in the news bubble who find it interesting because it is a bit of old-fashioned political theatre?
It is. It's drama, and people love drama. And I think it wasn't just a defection, and it would have been the most high-profile defection to reform if it had happened as it was planned. It was the way that Kemi Badenoch found the copy, you know, her people found a copy of the speech.
Do you believe that it was found?
No, I think they had someone in his office. But that was, this people like storytelling, and the way that story was told was very engaging and gripping. So again, putting out straight away that it was almost a speech being left lying around. No, you're right. And immediately, even then, before we'd heard from Robert Jenrick, before he'd actually moved, people he spoke to who actually know him would say, well, they would never have done that. There's no leaving a speech lying around. What actually happened was, in some ways, arguably even more exciting, that the Conservative Central Office had planted a mole in his office who then leaked the plans. And so it's treachery and double treachery. And then, of course, she managed to wrong-foot him on the day. There was just a lot of high drama. I think that's why the story is engaging.
Infamy, infamy. They've all got it infamy.
Yeah, that's right. Her best line as well was, well, you know, he's your problem now.
Yeah, well, I think...
Nigel Farage.
Well, she's come out with another one today, and this in the Times, saying Farage is doing my spring cleaning.
That's right. I mean,
it's a good line.
I think she personally is coming out very well in this. She's been decisive. In some ways, she's just made the most of a very embarrassing situation, but she's done it in a way that shows she can take action and she can be quite bold and acts unaffected.
But what do you do if you're the number two in a party, for instance? Like, you could argue Jenrick may well be now within Reform UK, and he certainly was within the Tory party. Wes Streeting may be in the Labour Party. And you are put up for what we call the media rounds every day, where you are the minister or whatever who has to talk to every subject that we put to them. And you are sensing that the public are fed up with just the usual claptrap that sometimes they come out with. So, well, it is, isn't it? Some of these meaningless phrases. You know, we'll take this on board. We take this very seriously. So you're somebody who does take a pride in actually speaking it like it is. How can you do that whilst also not threatening your leader and actually asking for being booted out?
Well, it's a good question, and the reason a comparison has been drawn between Wes Streeting and Robert Jenrick is arguably the two of them were the parties, their respective parties' best communicators. So Wes Streeting for Labour, I think 100%, you could probably say he is the best performing minister in terms of being able to answer questions, being a confident media performer, and also managing to sound authentic.
And he does give a good interview, doesn't he?
He gives a good interview, yeah.
He's witty, you know, he can do that. He's light of foot. I think that's very important. And as we know, you know, seeing how many people come on and try, it is extremely hard. It makes it look easy. That's the skill, right? Making it look easy, but it is a talent. If you don't have it, you basically don't have it. And Nigel Farage has it. And Robert Jenrick, he's not at the same league, but he is. He was definitely an asset for the Conservatives. And I think Jenrick's skill recently has been being able to have a good instinct for which issues the public care about. So he was first on, he managed to get a couple of big wins from the government from Labour. He did very well on tackling fare dodges, if you remember.
Yeah.
So he's got good political instincts.
But if he gets too good at
then you threaten the leader.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I think the most interesting thing Kemi Badenoch says in her Times interview today is she says that he was not only plotting against her, but he was plotting to take over Reform eventually. Now, she's probably just putting that out there to needle Nigel Farage, but it's certainly... How do you handle... Allies of Farage in the immediate aftermath also said, well, don't worry, Nigel knows what he's dealing with. He knows that, you know, perhaps not all these former Tories can be trusted. But again, how do you then bring a team together and actually work together. It'll be interesting. They need one big away day, I guess.
I think they probably do.
Gosh, I wonder.
think they probably do. Anna, thank you very much indeed. It's been good to see you this morning.
Can you imagine going on that team building day?
I think the big difference with reform in that sense is that you know it's currently just reform is Nigel. So if you tried to depose Nigel, I can't imagine many reform members or anything being very, no. I can't imagine being how you would bolster support within the ranks for that.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
But my question is, for Jenrick, is that how does he perform from now on as a man of ambition and integrity without looking too ambitious?
Yeah.
Difficult one.
It's a fine line, but it's got to be trod if he wants to stay where he is.
Well, absolutely. Let's go on to somebody whose integrity you may still seek to question. The former West Midlands police chief, at the centre, of course, of the Israeli fan ban controversy. And apparently he could now face a conduct probe, despite the fact that he's retired.
Yeah, Craig Guilford stepped down with immediate effect after mounting pressure to resign.
Chief Constable Craig Guilford has today retired from West Midlands Police with immediate effect. In doing so, he has acted with honour and in the best interests of West Midlands Police and our region. As Police and Crime Commissioner and on behalf of the people of the West Midlands, I thank him for his service. Thank you very much.
Where's the accountability in retirement, Mr. Foster?
You hear that question from a reporter, where's the accountability? Well, reacting to Mr Guilford's retirement yesterday, Home Secretary Shabana Mahmood said he had done the right thing.
Let's talk to former police sergeant in armed response, actually. That's a serious job, if ever there was one. Angela Knight, good to see you this morning. Is this the right thing? I mean, to retire rather than to either resign or be sacked?
Well, I think it's been handled badly. I think that the key thing at the start, given that he had made the mistakes that he did, and given that there appeared to be something of a cover-up, is that he should have been suspended. An inquiry should have been fully finished and completed, evidence taken all the way around, and at that point, then a decision as to what happens next. I just find it very difficult to accept that he's been allowed to retire without any apparent sanction. It simply doesn't look right at all. And I don't think it feels right for many, many people who feel that they were wrongly the decision was so wrong in the first instance, and for reasons which, again, have yet to come to light, and that he is failing to take both the rap for that decision, but also the rap for trying to do a cover-up.
And also that very terse statement being read out by the Police and Crime Commissioner there suggests that he's not sorry either.
Well, I thought that was rather strange. I mean, why didn't he take questions, for heaven's sake? You know, and I thought that also the way that he phrased it was, well, it was pretty complimentary. It wasn't neutral. And I'm glad to see that, you know, there's a police conduct inquiry that's going to continue. I think that's right. But at this stage, no, he should have explained his reasons. He should have been more neutral in his statement. West Midlands is a big area, I agree. And so, you know, there's always lots of things going to happen, and it always can be tricky from a community perspective. But all the way along the line, this doesn't look right. And indeed, you know, already you had the Home Secretary talking about losing confidence in the Chief Constable, and the Police and Crime Commissioner then not seeming to go along the same lines as the Home Secretary. By the way, I should say I think the Home Secretary has done well, and I think her point that from now on she's going to change the legislation so it's possible for the Home Secretary to sack somebody, I think that is quite right.
Yeah, because the reaction, I was just going to say, the reaction from the public is very telling and also very, very depressing. We've already had people get in touch with us this morning saying, never trusted the police anyway.
Yeah,
I mean, it's not good for the police generally, is it?
I agree. You see, I'm a great believer in the police, actually. I tend to trust the police. I work on the assumption that if something's gone wrong, which is within their domain, they'll come out, they'll protect us, they'll do the right thing. And overwhelmingly, of course, they do. But the problem is exactly what you've highlighted here, and that is we get cases like this one, and they have a profile because there's a sort of upwelling feeling that isn't right, they've done the wrong thing, and then that spreads out across the police entirely. And so when anybody, whoever is engaged, is thinking about what should be the action that's taken next, they have to think, it's not just about me, it's not just about the people that surround me, it's about what is the impression that is going to be given. Is that going to be considered right or wrong? And so often it's taking strong, quick action when something's gone wrong is by far the better thing to do than saying, oh, well, look, let's just wait and see. And, oh, by the way, you know, they've done a good job in the past, so we'll just give them a nice, comfy, you know, stroke on the fur now. It just hasn't been handled right. And as you said, correctly say, the people coming in, correctly saying, it spreads out. And then we say, do we trust the police? And the answer should always be, yes, we do trust the police.
OK, Angela, we've got to leave it there, but thank you very much indeed. Appreciate your time.
Thank you.
We've got a busy morning this morning, so we're going to crack straight on with the weather at 7:22 with Alex.
Expect warm spells with the odd rude interruption. Boxed Boilers sponsors the weather on GB News.
Morning, welcome to your latest weather update from the Met Office here on GB News. The weekend's starting fairly grey, a lot of cloud around, some mist and fog around as well, and there's also a few showers, but we should see some brighter spells coming and going. It's a bit of a messy picture, the breeze generally coming up from the south, bringing showers to the east of Northern Ireland, a zone of wetter weather crossing through eastern Scotland, maybe a bit of snow over the hills. Showers across England and Wales, pretty well scattered. Many places here will have a dry afternoon. It should brighten up a touch as well. May see a glimmer or two of blue sky and a bit of sun. May see temperatures top out in double figures, mostly high single digits and pretty close to the average for the time of year. Not feeling all that pleasant though, with the showery rain across northeast Scotland. Further south, as I say, some brighter skies and just one or two scattered showers, maybe over Wales and eastern England. We should see some sunny spells too. Pembrokeshire and feeding up to the east of Northern Ireland, we've got this zone of showers, so it could make for quite a wet day in Belfast. Further west across Northern Ireland, not too many showers. Much of western Scotland also dry into the evening, but still staying fairly grey and cloudy with outbreaks of rain across northeast Scotland. We'll continue to feed some wet weather in here through Saturday evening. Otherwise, many places will become dry. And then we look down to the south as another zone of showery rain just slowly spreads its way northwards across East Anglia and the southeast. That'll keep the temperatures up here, where we've got clear skies across northern Scotland. We may well see some pockets of frost. Mist and fog also likely to thicken up tonight, so it could be quite murky first thing on Sunday morning. A zone of rain also expanding, so quite a damp morning for a good part of England and Wales. Still some showers across the east of Northern Ireland, but for much of Northern Ireland and Scotland, most of Sunday morning looks dry and bright. Some rain likely to creep into the far south of Scotland late in the day. Again, double digits across the southeast, but feeling cooler for most with the outbreaks of rain.
Expect warm spells with the odd rude interruption. Boxed Boilers sponsors the weather on GB News.
Do stay with us, because still to come we're debating something might include you. Should you pay more if you weigh more? This comes as research finds that airlines are going to save millions, apparently, on fuel because we're all taking weight loss jabs, or so many of us are. So should you pay more if you weigh more and pay less if you don't? That's next.
I'm Michelle Dewberry, this is Jubes & Co with you.
Hello everyone, Patrick Christie is here. GB News.
Britain's news channel.
Access the stories that matter to you. Take the GB News family with you on any device, and as long as you have an internet connection. Tune in to GB News, anywhere on the planet or beyond. GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Bold. They are under no illusion.
Ray.
Are you a human trafficker?
Boundless. I've had enough of the nonsense, and I'm not afraid to say it. Don't get this on the BBC.
Every weeknight, I tear through the headlines.
The smell of gasoline. Should we be worried about it?
From Westminster madness to cultural war chaos.
What I'm going to do now is they are throwing things out the car as we speak.
Get ready, Britain. Here we go. Patrick Christie's tonight, weeknights from 9 p.m. only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
Hi, I'm Michelle Dewberry, and my show is your opportunity to cut through all the noise and dive in headfirst to some robust debates. Ideas clash.
Situation, isn't it?
No,
because the failure is
you're deliberately avoiding my point. Nothing's held back,
And if you think this is the end of it, wait for more.
and we do not shy away from the difficult stuff. Sometimes I want to shake people and say, if only you understood. So join me on Jubes and Co weeknights at 6 p.m. only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
From the school run to the home run, watch a new show for all of Britain.
He can say whatever he wants.
A straight talking show where all voices are heard.
And, you know, when are we going to stop talking about smashing the gangs and actually do it?
With the stories that matter from every part of our country.
There's a bit of a crash landing there for your Chancellor.
Bold, fearless and standing up for you. That's me, Martin Daubney, 3 p.m. till 6 p.m. weekdays, here only on GB News. The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Britain was once the envy of the world. But look around. A nation that no longer knows what it is or where it's going. A country that's broken. How do we fix Britain? How do we bring it back? Friday night with Matt Goodwin at 8 p.m. only on GB News.
No matter the state it's in, this is our nation. Join me, Jacob Rees-Mogg, for a genuine, honest discussion on where we have been, where we are going, and where we are with the people who set the direction. Tune in to State of the Nation every Monday to Thursday, 8 to 9 o'clock, only on GB News.
Britain deserves a newsroom that puts the facts and your voice first.
Well, and that's what you get on GB News. Lively debates, lively conversation.
And we're not afraid to hold power to account.
And each other. So join me, Andrew Pearce.
And me, Miriam Gates, for Britain's Newsroom, weekdays from 9:30 on GB News.
Now, it's 7:27 and airlines could save millions in fuel costs. Apparently they already are, as weight loss drugs rise in popularity. So research suggesting things like Mounjaro, Wegovy, Ozempic could give a huge boost to the aviation industry.
It's crazy, isn't it? But when you think of the size of an aeroplane and how many people are on it, if everybody has lost 2 or 3 stones recently, well, you know, last time they took a holiday, it would make a huge difference, I suppose. Anyway, there are hopes, probably forlorn hopes, that it could lead to cheaper airfares. But it does beg the question that if you weigh more, should you pay more?
Yeah, let's talk to broadcaster Paula London and director of All About Obesity, Sarah LeBrock. Morning to you both. Sarah, I mean, it's a fair question, isn't it?
I mean, I think we've had this debate before, and I personally don't think it is, because I think an aeroplane these days is set up to be geared for people to weigh multiple weights. If you think about if you travel business class or first class, for instance, you get given an additional 23-kilogram bag normally anyway, like without even paying for it. I guess you're paying for it with your increased ticket price, but ultimately you do. So it's like that's an additional weight that you're just being offered, whether you need it or not. So actually somebody weighing an extra stone or so is really kind of irrelevant. And I think making somebody that has a chronic condition, because we know obesity is a chronic condition, pay more because of that, I think is just unfair and unnecessary, especially as we're showing now that we're saving money by actually people weighing less. So I don't know why you would charge people more money.
Well, there's a lot to unpick there, Sarah. I don't know if we've got time really this morning. Paula, what do you think?
Well, I just think, aligning the ticket prices with the true cost of the fuel ensures a fairer economic model for everyone. And I do think that when people say, for instance, the weight limit that they give for females currently is around 11 stone in the UK, and for females it's around, 11 stone for females and around 13 stone for men, which is okay, but it's not too light and it's not too heavy. But I think it's very unfair if someone's 8 stone and then they have to spend so much money on luggage when they're sitting next to someone that's 20 stone. I think that's unfair. I don't think prices should change for the flight, but you should be allowed more baggage. That would be fair. If you're slim.
Sarah? I mean, I guess the difference this time round, Sarah, is rather than the argument that perhaps we've had in the past, is because so many people are losing weight, that it is saving the airline an awful lot of money. I mean, it is a significant change that is happening, and that's the difference.
Yeah, I think the problem that we've got at the moment is that because people, the weight loss medications are a fantastic thing, and lots of people are able to access them at the moment privately, which is fantastic. What I worry about, though, is for people that can't get the weight loss medications through the NHS, which we know is a huge problem right now. There isn't enough access to them. So we're kind of, again, creating this two-tier system where if you can afford the medication and you can lose weight, you can therefore fly on a plane for cheaper. But if you can't and you weigh heavier and you're struggling to access the medication, we're going to charge you even more to fly on an aeroplane as well when you can't afford to even buy the medication. So,
but I think it can encourage people to eat healthier, and then they can lose weight. If they travel frequently, if they know that they can carry more luggage, if they're carrying less fat, that could encourage them to be healthier. And I know some people are overweight because of medical reasons, but, you know, let's be honest, I've been overweight myself because I was eating cake all the time, drinking wine and having takeaways. So if you know that you could save money or bring more clothes on holiday if you were a bit trimmer, it may help you put the cake down, as it were.
Well, you're massively oversimplifying obesity there, because
I'm not.
Hold on, let her reply.
I understand what you're saying with regards to it's not about losing weight. It's about actually being able to lose weight and then maintain that weight loss. And for somebody that lives with obesity, and I mean people with a BMI of 30, I'm not talking about someone with an extra 1 or 2 stone that they may have put on. I'm talking about someone living with a chronic condition. It's not as simple as just eat less cake. Like, this is the thing I'm trying to say all the time, is obesity is hugely complex. The environment we live in,
I'm aware
where
of
you were
that.
born, kind of so many things influence this. So you're just trying to oversimplify it by saying eat less and like you'll be fine.
Well, I have
It's not
family
that
members that
simple.
just eat too much, and that's why they're stones and stones overweight all of their life.
No, but you have you ever thought about why they do that and the influence around
one
all
member of
those
the family
things?
is lazy and just eats all day long and doesn't go out. So, I mean, I've tried to help him, but he's not
There'll be a
interested.
reason, but because there'll be a reason why. There'll be more underlying things that you're not aware of, because
Well, I
nobody
think it's
chooses to
excuses
live with
sometimes.
obesity. I don't think it is at all. I think we need to understand that people don't, no one's going to put themselves at health risks because they want to. It's because of so many more complex things. And we know now that the science and the evidence supports that around obesity. So it's not as simple as just eat less, move more, is what I'm trying to say.
There's
So we
all
really
different
need to
cases, yeah. I agree. Not all cases are simple, but some people, you have to admit, are very overweight because they eat too much. I mean, that is the problem.
Yeah, but aren't you punishing them if they are overweight for whatever complex reason? And I, of all people, certainly know how difficult it is to try and lose weight. You're effectively punishing them by charging them more, don't you believe? Sarah?
Yeah, no, 100%. I think you're just highlighting already, as someone living in a larger body, you're already kind of fearful when you go on an aeroplane. And I know this because I live with obesity and I've spent my life like this. So you get on a plane thinking, do I need a seatbelt extension?
Mm-hmm.
And that whole kind of like fear of having to ask for one, like makes you just feel horrific. Nobody wants that. But that's one of the things that you're already thinking about. And then if you're thinking, gosh, when I get to the airport, they're potentially going to charge me more for my ticket because I weigh too much. Or these are all things that you're punishing someone. You're making them feel anxious and putting them through something they don't need to be put through.
I don't think they should be charged more. They should have less of a luggage allowance. That's what I think would be fair. Because if a lady's 7 stone, why should she have to pay so much money? Because the excess luggage fares are huge these days. The tickets can be £50 to fly to Europe, but the luggage could cost you hundreds. I think it's unfair if someone's 20 stone has the same baggage allowance as a 7 stone person. That's just common sense, I think.
All right, you two, we have got to leave it there. Sarah LeBrock, Paula London, thank you both very much indeed. I never take luggage, I only ever have a handbag.
I think we take obscene amounts of luggage
So I
as
think
well.
I should get a hugely discounted price.
Me
for
too, absolutely.
There you go. Right, Aidan has got all the sport for you in just a moment.
Bold.
They are under no illusion.
Brave.
Are you a human trafficker?
Boundless. I've had enough of the nonsense, and I'm not afraid to say it.
Don't get us on the BBC.
Every weeknight, I tear through the headlines.
The smell of gasoline. Should we be worried about it?
From Westminster madness to cultural war chaos.
What I'm going to do now, they are throwing things out the cars.
Get ready, Britain. Here we go. Patrick Christie's tonight, weeknights from 9 p.m. only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
Hi, I'm Michelle Dewberry, and my show is your opportunity to cut through all the noise and dive in headfirst to some robust debates. Ideas clash.
Situation,
No,
isn't it?
no,
Because the failure is...
You're deliberately avoiding my point. Nothing's held back.
And if you think this is the end of it, wait for more.
And we do not shy away from the difficult stuff. Sometimes I want to shake people and say, if only you understood. So join me on Dubes and Co weeknights at 6 p.m, only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
Westminster, the ultimate clique. And you're fighting like rats in a sack. But here on the Camilla Tominey Show, we ask the questions the establishment media is too scared to ask. OK, let me ask you a straight question, because I know you're a straight-talking politician. Whether it's net zero, illegal immigration or law and order, nothing is off limits. You had the power then.
Yeah, as I
and
say,
now you've lost it. That's the Camilla Tominey Show, a politics show that's fearless. But no, let me finish my question if you don't mind, because it is my show. Sundays at 9:30, only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
In the GB newsroom, we bring you the news as it happens.
With our team of dedicated journalists across the UK,
we're ready to keep you up to date with what's happening every half an hour, every single day. Bulletins here on GB News,
the People's Channel,
Britain's news channel.
Westminster's full of talk, but out here, it's the real world.
Am I allowed to talk then?
No, that's it. This is where it matters, real people and real lives. That's what politics is all about.
In fact, has Trump made a good start? No.
Straight answers, no spin, and just a couple of pints.
How many fingers have I got up?
About 10. So join me for Lee Anderson's Real World every Friday at 7 p.m, only on GB News. The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
You want to know what's really going on in the corridors of power? Labour don't know what to do with you half the time, and that makes you quite lethal in the chamber. Get behind the headlines with Chopper's Political Podcast. Join me, Christopher Hope, as I sit down with the great and the good of British politics. We'll see where this ruling takes us. These are the stories shaping our nation. Chopper's Political Podcast, available now on all platforms. Listen in and stay ahead.
It's 8:37 and Aidan has got the sport. There's trouble at the Palace.
Certainly is, yeah, you could say that again. 244...
Oh, boy.
I set you off for that one, didn't I? Look, 244 days ago, Crystal Palace celebrated the biggest day in their history. They lifted the FA Cup at Wembley, Eberieze scoring the goal against Crystal Palace that won them their first major trophy. Last week, of course, they became the first holders of the FA Cup to be eliminated at the first hurdle against non-league opposition since 1908, when Crystal Palace were the slayers that day. They were the non-league side knocking out Wolverhampton Wanderers. It really has been a turn of events in the last 24 hours because their manager has announced that he's going to resign at the end of the season. And I want to bring somebody in here, a good friend of mine, Chris Lehman, the former editor of One More Point, the Crystal Palace fanzine. A very good morning to you, first of all, Chris. Thanks very much indeed for joining us. How do you reflect on the last 24 hours? It's been absolutely incredible.
Good morning, Aidan. Yeah, where do you start? This was penciled on my calendar. This was the day of the Conference League draw. It's supposed to be a good day. And wow, in the space of 2 hours, we've got our draw. Glasner announces he's leaving. We knew it was coming probably likely in the summer. But the Mark Gay bombshell all in a 2-hour window, that was extreme even by Palace standards. And as you mentioned with Macclesfield last week, yeah, it's been a strange week all round.
Yeah, I was going to say, Chris, how much did that defeat influence what's happened in the last 24 hours or so?
I think that might have done. And it's a real shame for Mark Gay to end on that note, you know, such a low point, given we were all prepared for him to leave after the Villa game where he scored potential goal of the season in a 3-0 win. So I feel for him. For pure business decision, it makes sense to get some money for Mark, but it's not the way a true Palace great, probably our greatest defender, should be going out.
What do you think about what happened last summer? I mean, I imagine it hasn't really been spoken about, but I imagine Glasner was pretty annoyed by what happened with the failure to get everything sorted in time to line up in the Europa League.
Yeah, he said the right things at the time, said he was happy with the squad, but very few fans were happy. We could see that we were always going to be thin on the ground. We went really well, you know, up to Halloween, but unfortunately, we were stretched. We played, 35 games now, I think it is, this season. And yeah, the cracks were always going to show at some point. Unfortunately, for the last month, it's been apparent we're far too thin on the ground.
Now, you and I both know the game very well. We think back to Sir Alex Ferguson announcing that he was going to be out in January 2002. The side limped on to the rest of the season. We saw Manuel Pellegrini at Manchester City in 2016 announcing he was leaving the side. Didn't do much after that. Do you expect Oliver Glasner to be there until the end of the season? Because to me, this smacks of somebody who hasn't got long left at Selhurst Park.
I'd like to think he'll see it through. He was knocked out at Frankfurt by a lower league team in 2022. That ended well. He did still get to the Europa League final, win that. It would be great to sign off. I suspect, in truth, if a suitable candidate is available and Palace can swoop in, that we may actually see that person in before the end of the season.
And what about at board level, Chris? Because you've got Sunderland away today, this afternoon. Big Premier League game, of course. The form hasn't been brilliant in the league either, never mind what happened in the Cups. But do you trust Steve Parish to be able to steer the ship from here onwards?
That's one thing I do trust. He has got a track record, 15 years now, of appointing the right manager. Quite often a short-term, Pulis, Allardyce. When they left, he was quick to rehire. 3 times he's made a bad decision. De Boer, Burley and Warnock in 2014. Each time they were gone within a matter of 20 games maximum. So he's always been quick to correct mistakes. So I do trust the board. That's why we're always 10th, 12th in the league, because that's one thing, we're very stable in that regard. So whatever happens, as brutal as yesterday was, I think Palace will be fine in the long run.
Chris, thanks very much indeed for joining us this morning. It's great to hear from you.
Yeah. Cheers, Aidan. Thank you.
So that just shows how quickly things can fall apart at a football club. 244 days sounds like a long time, but this is a club that won the FA Cup and suddenly their manager loses at Macclesfield last week. They lose their star defender to Manchester City, and I don't think he's going to be there until the end of the season if history is anything to go by.
Yeah. All right, Aidan, thank you very much indeed. We'll see you later.
And still to come, Prince William has been voted the most positively viewed royal in a brand new poll. We're discussing that and all the other stories making the news with Pete and Susan, who are there. First of all, though, if you're in search of some holiday sun, here's where to go for it.
Can't wait to get in that sea.
Lovely and warm.
Just like the feeling of having great travel insurance.
All Clear Travel Insurance sponsors GB News Travel Destinations Forecast.
Hello. Should be a largely sunny Sunday for the Algarve. We are looking at some showery rain crossing the Canaries and staying fairly wet in Barcelona. A weather front pushing south, bringing some outbreaks of rain across the Canaries on Sunday. Looking a bit dry and brighter into next week. We've got a feed of showery rain also across the south of France and down to Catalonia. The southern tip of Italy also likely to see a few showers. And a cool breeze blowing its way across Crete. As I said, the Canaries looking brighter into next week.
All Clear Travel Insurance sponsors GB News Travel Destinations Forecast.
Decisions made in Washington aren't just shaping America, they're shaping Britain too. From migration to global security, from crime to health. Whatever happens in the White House today
will be felt in your town or city tomorrow.
That's why The Late Show is live from Washington, DC.
Cutting through the politics to show you what it all means for Britain.
The Late Show live every night at midnight.
Only on GB News,
Britain's news channel.
Bold.
They are under no illusion.
Brave.
Are you a human trafficker?
Boundless. I've had enough of the nonsense, and I'm not afraid to say it.
Don't get this on the BBC.
Every weeknight, I tear through the headlines.
The smell of gasoline. Should we be worried about it?
From Westminster madness to cultural war chaos.
What I'm going to do now, they are throwing things out the car as we speak.
Get ready, Britain. Here we go. Patrick Christie tonight, weeknights from 9 p.m, only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
Hi, I'm Michelle Dewberry, and my show is your opportunity to cut through all the noise and dive in headfirst to some robust debates. Ideas clash.
Situation, isn't it?
No,
because the failure is
you're deliberately avoiding my point. Nothing's held back.
And if you think this is the end of it, wait for more.
And we do not shy away from the difficult stuff. Sometimes I want to shake people and say, if only you understood. So join me on Dixon weeknights at 6 p.m, only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
Westminster's full of talk, but out here, it's the real world.
Am I allowed to talk now?
No, that's it. This is where it matters, real people and real lives. That's what politics is all about.
In fact, has Trump made a good start? No.
Straight answers, no spin, and just a couple of pints.
How many fingers have I got up? About 10.
So join me for Lee Anderson's Real World every Friday at 7 p.m. only on GB News. The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Britain was once the envy of the world. But look around. A nation that no longer knows what it is or where it's going. A country that's broken. How do we fix Britain? How do we bring it back? Friday night with Matt Goodwin at 8 p.m. only on GB News.
No matter the state it's in, this is our nation. Join me, Jacob Rees-Mogg, for a genuine, honest discussion on where we have been, where we are going, and where we are with the people who set the direction. Tune in to State of the Nation every Monday to Thursday, 8 to 9 o'clock. Only on GB News.
Britain deserves a newsroom that puts the facts and your voice first.
Well, and that's what you get on GB News. Lively debates, lively conversation.
And we're not afraid to hold power to account.
And each other. So join me, Andrew Pierce.
And me, Miriam Cates, for Britain's Newsroom, weekdays from 9:30 on GB News.
We're going through the newspapers now with Pete Price and Susan Holder. We were just wishing, or going to wish a happy birthday to somebody who I just find fascinating. He is Johannes von Trapp. He is the last surviving sibling of the von Trapp family singers. Can you believe it?
I know every word to every one of the songs
Me too.
from Sound of Music.
Absolutely.
Every, in fact, we should do something now.
Yeah.
As the Von Trapp family.
Let's not.
87.
A bit of Edelweiss now.
Johannes von Trapp, yeah. Happy birthday.
Right. What do we want to start with?
How
about...
Yeah, go on.
You want to start with something light and fluffy, don't you?
Well, I wanted to start with the dog clothing
Go on, then.
because it is catching on. I mean, the weather is cold at the moment, and I don't think I've ever heard so many dog owners before say, "Oh, I must get a dog coat for my dog."
For their dog?
Yeah, for their dog.
Not for walking the dog.
Oh, no.
But it's a bigger story.
Yeah.
Because Beyonce and Kim Kardashian are amongst many parents who indulge in mini-me wearing the same clothes as children. They've now gone to dogs.
So it's not just a dog coat because it's cold. It's a full outfit.
Oh, completely. But it's 3 sets, so you all go out together. So the kids are dressed the same as the dog, and mum's dressed. But what I want to know is, what did dogs do before coats?
Well,
they've got coats of their own, haven't they?
They've got coats anyway.
And they're not cheap. The clothes are dearer than children.
I always think a greyhound needs one. They always look like they need a coat, don't they? A whippet or a greyhound always looks like you need to wrap it up.
But if they're cold, they run faster. So they just run.
That's true. That's what I mean.
It is, but going out dressed. Mummy, what are we wearing today? Well, let's talk to the dog first. What do you want?
I mean,
really?
it
right.
is
I'm not the slightest bit interested in what Kim Kardashian or Beyonce do with it.
Kim who?
I've never seen an episode of the Kardashians.
No, me.
No, me neither.
No, me. Anne, have you seen any?
Never.
So 4 of us. Thank you.
I'd know vaguely who they were from the stuff because they're always in the papers, but I wouldn't do it because a Kardashian did it.
A dog coat just for walking is not a bad idea if it's wet.
Yeah.
Because otherwise, if you bring the dog back in the house wet, it's a bit of a nightmare.
Well, the only thing I worry about that is when they shake.
Yeah.
Then I get annoyed. But let's get an umbrella for the head then.
And put
let's
boots
be
on them.
really
You can put
stupid.
shoes on them as well.
Join to the collars.
The irony is, of course, if you go to the Arctic or whatever, then with the huskies, you've got the problems of keeping the dogs cool because they get too hot.
Why?
Put them in bikinis.
They get too hot.
Yeah.
Yeah, and so as soon as you've been on the sled for
because
10
they
minutes,
run because of the effort.
They're stopping and eating the snow to cool down.
It's interesting that because I've got some friends who've got 2 houses in America, and when they take the dogs to Vegas, they've got big problems because of the heat, and they're big dogs, and one's a husky.
Well, if you want to buy a puffer jacket for your dog, 135 quid.
Yep.
Lummy now.
That's how mad you want to be.
In the Times, right, let's go into a serious story, Susan. I mean, this whole business now is if the Tories, the Labour Party, should be sitting back and just enjoying the spectacle of the other two parties fighting.
Yeah, no,
they've decided to bring it back on themselves.
No, it's a bloodbath generally. I think people are hungry for blood now, and Keir Starmer is being encouraged to have a preemptive strike in the fashion of Kemi Badenoch and Robert Jenrick against Wes Streeting, because Wes Streeting has made his opinions clear, and it doesn't.
He's been too honest in interviews.
Well, and it does make me wonder, what do we want from our politicians? Do we want them to think that they're saying what they believe, or do we want to think that they're towing a line and showing loyalty? It seems to me that nowadays headline writers and journalists and everybody else are very quick to judge whatever you do, and you're damned if you do and you're damned if you don't. If you seem to be a sheep that follows the herd, that's not good. But if you actually have an opinion, that's not good either. And I don't really know what the answer is as a politician. I think the only thing you can do is be true to yourself and hope that that will out. And also, I think you should also be allowed to change your opinion. And nowadays, that is also, oh, but you said this, so and so. Well, yes, but surely, actually, but since then, I've done this and I've heard that.
So
and I've
would you
listened to
say
something
U-turns are all right, then?
I would say U-turns are all right, because the opposite of U-turns is sticking doggedly to a point of view that might be wrong. And admitting you're wrong is the biggest thing that you
But that's what Wes Streeting said, isn't it? He said, we've got to get it right first time. But
well, that's
he
a
was
clever
asked
thing
all
to
about
say,
the
but not so
U-turns.
easy to do, obviously.
No, but clearly some members of the government think that that's too outspoken. And...
Yeah, but look at this radio programme, this television show and this station. You change all the time. So if that's a U-turn...
but there's a difference, isn't there? Because if you are in government and you make 13 U-turns in 18 months, I mean, that's showing that you don't really know what you're doing.
It does. No, it does show that you don't know what you're doing. And I think having to listen and make a change, I would support that, because I think following blindly is ridiculous. But I do think we should have more accountability. I cannot understand how anyone can stand on a manifesto, get elected, then do the opposite repeatedly and not do anything that they promise. And I'm talking about any party. And that, to me, you should have 3 strikes and you're out. You do that on enough things, you should be null and voided of the election.
Yeah, because you voted in on that.
But that's never going to get passed as a thing, because all the people of self-interest is to keep themselves in power. And that's what all of this is about with everybody, is keeping themselves in power, not doing anything good for the country, not following a policy.
Should we have a look, because we're down to about 90 seconds, Pete, should we have a look at the Royal Popularity Poll in the Mail this morning?
I'm glad you did that and didn't waste that story above it, so I'm pleased about we do that. Yes, the Royal Popularity Poll. Apparently Meghan is as disliked as much as Andrew. And she's coming back, I believe.
She won't come back. Well, we don't. She won't come. Of course, she won't come back.
You don't think she'll come back?
No, because there's a risk that she might get booed in the street, which I would not support. I don't think anyone should be booing her in the street, as ridiculous as she is.
Why do you say that? Do you not think that she actually is so into herself that she thinks all this business, they will love me. They will.
No, I think she's more savvy than that. I think she knows she's kind of queered up, and that's why we haven't seen her. And I don't think she would risk that sort of thing of coming back and having bad headlines. And I think the press would go for her, rightly or wrongly. But I don't think she'd risk it. Not at the moment.
By the way, I've just seen the series that she was in as an actress.
Oh, Suits.
And I thought she was a good actress.
Oh, really?
I was really surprised how good she was. No.
She's not a very good royal, but she's a good actress.
No, as a royal. A good actress as a royal.
Well, I don't think she's pulling that off.
It's the greatest part she ever had.
Maybe she could act to be pleased to see us.
She could.
That might help.
It might help. All right, you two, thank you very much indeed. We shall see you a little later on.
Right, now it's time for the weather. Here's Alex.
Warm and cosy, with a chance of zero visibility. Boxed Boilers sponsors the weather on GB News.
Morning. Welcome to your latest weather update from the Met Office here on GB News. The weekend's starting fairly grey, a lot of cloud around, some mist and fog around as well, and there's also a few showers, but we should see some brighter spells coming and going. It's a bit of a messy picture. The breeze generally coming up from the south, bringing showers to the east of Northern Ireland, a zone of wetter weather crossing through eastern Scotland, maybe a bit of snow over the hills. Showers across England and Wales, pretty well scattered. Many places here will have a dry afternoon. It should brighten up a touch as well. well, may see a glimmer or two of blue sky and a bit of sun. May see temperatures top out in double figures, mostly high single digits and pretty close to the average for the time of year. Not feeling all that pleasant though, with this showery rain across northeast Scotland. Further south, as I say, some brighter skies and just one or two scattered showers, maybe over Wales and eastern England. We should see some sunny spells too. Pembrokeshire and feeding up to the east of Northern Ireland, we've got this zone of showers, so it could make for quite a wet day in Belfast. Further west across Northern Ireland, not too many showers. Much of western Scotland also dry into the evening, but still staying fairly grey and cloudy with outbreaks of rain across northeast Scotland. We'll continue to feed some wet weather in here through Saturday evening. Otherwise, many places will become dry. And then we look down to the south as another zone of showery rain just slowly spreads its way northwards across East Anglia and the southeast. That'll keep the temperatures up here, where we've got clear skies across northern Scotland. We may well see some pockets of frost. Mist and fog also likely to thicken up tonight, so it could be quite murky first thing on Sunday morning. A zone of rain also expanding, so quite a damp morning for a good part of England and Wales. Still some showers across the east of Northern Ireland, but for much of Northern Ireland, Scotland, most of Sunday morning looks dry and bright. Some rain likely to creep into the far south of Scotland late in the day. Again, double digits across the southeast, but feeling cooler for most with the outbreaks of rain.
Warm and cosy, with a chance of zero visibility. Boxed Boiler sponsors the weather on GB News.
An incredible £85,000 in tax-free cash could be yours.
Hi, I'm Jane. I won £54,321 with the Great British Giveaway. Oh, definitely please enter. It is real, and that one text has just made my life 100% better.
For another chance to win £85,000 cash, text cash to 63225. One entry costs £2.50 plus one standard network rate message, or text bonus to 63225. 5 entries cost £5 plus one standard network rate message. Go to gbnews.com/win. Entries start at £2.50. Call 0903 686 3232. Calls cost £2.50 plus your network access charge, or post your name and number to GB18 PO Box 8690 Derby DE1 9TT. UK only. Entrants must be 18 or over. Lines close at 4 p.m. on the 30th of January. Please check the closing time if listening or watching on demand. Good luck.
This is GB News, Britain's news channel.
I think it's really a shocking statistic to hear, but it's one that we've heard a lot of in recent years, that suicide is the biggest killer of men under the age of 50. Do you think the government are doing enough to try and reduce that number?
Well, I mean, look, it's a very difficult, very touchy subject. I've lost friends to suicide, so many of us, you know, and it's devastating. It ruins families, ruins lives, and it's so sad that maybe that person did commit suicide, could be here, if there was some bit of support, someone looking out for them. So, look, I'm not pointing the blame at anyone, because life's hard, yeah, and it's only going to get tougher this year. So if anyone watching this wants to set up a little group on a Sunday, go and do it, you know. Look after your friends, look after your community. We're all there for one another. Let's all be there next year and the year after and the year after that. That's what it's all about.
And if people want to join in next week, how do they get involved?
Get yourself down to Thatcher's Arms in Brentwood in Essex. Be here for 8 a.m. We're going to have for a lovely stroll to the countryside. Bring your dogs, bring your mates, whoever, come down here. We'll shake your hands. You're all welcome. Be a lovely day.
I actually think it's a really, really brilliant idea, I have to admit. Well, a GB News reporter, Bethany, who's normally in the studio with me, but I'm sending her out to a pub, also spoke to a few other people who were at the event to see what they thought. Let's have a listen.
Things like today are really, really important, you know. A group of blokes from all walks of life having various different issues that often go unspoken, whether it's, you know, addiction or marital issues or loneliness, social isolation, anxiety, depression, all those sorts of things. You know, it's nice to be able to come down here, have a chat with a bunch of blokes about the various issues going on in their lives.
I think it's really important for men. Hearing some of the stories today, you think you're alone all week and different things, and hearing some of the stories and talking to others today that you're not, you have to have a chill out from work.
GB News, the People's Channel.
A really important thing about GB News, and it's brought something completely different to the landscape.
The mainstream is all about keeping the status quo as it is, ticking along quite nicely. They don't want to ask difficult questions.
GB News exists because there is a desperate need for fearless journalism that puts the people first.
GB News came on the scene as a disruptor, and it has always been a disruptor ever since.
Journalism in this country has been a cosy world full of groupthink until now.
Well, the reality is that most British journalists are afraid. That's not GB News.
Journalism is journalism at the end of the day, and we're not here to serve any masters. Our masters are our audience.
We're here to talk about things in a way that have never been broadcast on British airways before.
Do not miss a moment on GB News.
The #1 news channel in the country. Good morning. Now, should the Prime Minister take a leaf out of Kemi Badenoch's book and sack a high-ranking minister? Well, it comes as reports emerge he's facing pressure to oust Wes Streeting over brazen and brutally honest media appearances.
Goodness, we can't allow that. Earlier in the week, the Health Secretary launched a scathing attack on what he described as the excuses culture within the party, and he urged the Prime Minister to stop all the U-turns.
He has as much chance of being our next Prime Minister as Zach Polanski. It's not going to happen. The choice is Starmer, or goodness knows who else, or Nigel.
Well, Nigel or bust, those words from Robert Jenrick as he rules out Kemi Badenoch's chances of becoming the next Prime Minister following his defection to Reform.
The Conservative leader, however, has hit back, saying there's no chance of a pact with Reform, and she calls them liars.
Meanwhile, new polling reveals 19% of adults are now more likely to vote Reform following Mr Jenrick's defection. So what does that mean for the Conservative Party?
Meanwhile, the Chief Constable of West Midlands Police, at the centre of the Maccabi fan controversy, has been allowed to retire instead of being sacked, a move that some critics have branded disgraceful.
What's the true cost of net zero? Well, the Bank of England governor has warned initiatives aimed at tackling climate change are slowing growth.
And that's Cirque du Soleil. They take to the stage at the Royal Albert Hall. Our reporter Will Godley has captured a glimpse of a spectacular show.
It's been a dramatic 24 hours for Crystal Palace as it's revealed that they're about to lose both their manager Oliver Glasner and star player Mark Gurley. We'll have more reaction later this hour.
A bit of a grey start, some mist and fog out there in places, and a few showers. It's going to be a messy mix through the course of this weekend. Join me later for a full forecast.
It's just gone 8 o'clock. I'm Stephen Dixon.
And I'm Anne Diamond, and this is GB News Breakfast.
I think, Aidan, you should plug your guest.
Neil Warnock?
Yeah.
Wow.
Because you've got a great guest this hour.
Great guest this hour, yeah. Looking forward to welcoming him onto the show. The former Crystal Palace manager, he's been at many, many clubs. He's always said famously, this will be my last job in football. And he's always takes another job, rescues another club, and it'll be very interesting hearing his reflections on what's happened to Crystal Palace in the last day or so.
There's been a shake-up, hasn't there?
Has indeed.
And happy birthday to Michelle Obama.
Oh!
Yeah? Guess how old?
I guess 60s something.
62.
62?
Yeah.
She always looks, to be fair, she always looks great.
Now, she's lost one heck of a lot of weight.
Has she?
She's been on the...
Has she been on the jab?
Yeah. And she's sort of completely reinvented her look as well.
Oh, good for her.
And brought out a new book all about sort of fashion and beauty and stuff.
Oh, it's interesting, though, if she's done that, because she was very, when she was First Lady, she was very, very big on the healthy eating, particularly for kids. It was all about kale crisps and all that sort of thing.
Have you tried them?
Oh, I love kale crisps.
I think they're quite tasty.
Yeah. If you have an air fryer, you can do your own crispy cake.
You were saying that, yeah, I remember you saying
really
that last
easy.
year.
Smashing.
You need, honestly, you on the old air fryer.
You're resisting
I am
and
resisting.
resisting. One day you'll
I'm
give
still
in.
not sure how they work.
No, I've got no idea how they work, but...
I do a good trade in that.
Just a good... It's just like a lot of hot air blowing around, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's a bit like you. Yeah, anyway. Well, look. Well, congratulations to Michelle Obama
Yes.
for
Happy
losing
birthday.
weight and being 62.
Yeah, exactly.
There you go. Good on her. Good on her. Right, our main news this morning, Robert Jenrick says the Conservative Party is over as he compares Kemi Badenoch's odds of becoming Prime Minister to that of the Green Party leader.
Kemi has as much chance of being our next Prime Minister as Zach Polanski. It's not going to happen. The choice is Starmer or goodness knows who else, or Nigel.
Well, it all follows Kemi Badenoch's shock sacking of the former Shadow Justice Secretary after evidence of his defection, she said, was uncovered. And speaking to GB News yesterday, Robert Jenrick said trust and credibility within the Tory party all gone.
Well, this all comes as there are now rumours of turmoil in government. Keir Starmer reportedly being urged to sack Wes Streeting. Why, you may ask? Well, it's over the Health Secretary's brazen and brutally honest media appearances.
That's an extraordinary thing to admit. Let's speak to GB News' political correspondent, Olivia Utley. My goodness, what else is going to happen in the world of domestic politics?
I know, what a week, isn't it? Extraordinary. I mean, everyone basically agrees that Kemi Badenoch did a very, very good job in taking both Nigel Farage and Robert Jenrick by surprise. Gosh, was it only yesterday, the day before? 2 days ago.
Yeah.
She's managed to take the wind out of Robert Jenrick's sails. If he had done the sort of defection that he was planning, so a big speech where he laid into all of his cabinet colleagues, it does feel very likely that he would have taken a lot of Conservatives with him. As it is, in labelling him a secret plotter, Kemi Badenoch has managed to sort of underpin an impression which was already quite rife in Westminster, that Robert Jenrick is a bit of a snake. He sheds political skins. It wasn't so long ago that he backed Remain and was voting for Theresa May as the Prime Minister. Now he's done this apparent complete turnaround and is now a Nigel Farage supporter. That means that he's not a particularly trusted figure in Westminster, and Kemi Badenoch has done a really good job at sort of aiding that impression. All of that said, it is obviously still very, very bad news for the Conservatives. There were plenty of Conservative supporters who were only supportive of the Conservatives because they thought that characters like Robert Jenrick, who does make all the right noises on immigration, would keep the party, you know, hold the party's feet to the fire. Now what happens is basically a question of electoral maths. There are people like Nigel Farage who believe that you can't split the right if the Conservative Party doesn't exist. He thinks that reform will keep on just going up and up in the polls and the Conservatives will almost disappear completely and then reform could win a general election. If you look at the polls at the moment, personally, I don't think that really rings true. Farage himself admits that reform seemed to peak in popularity last summer when they were polling at 35%. They would need something in the 40s to win a majority at a general election. Meanwhile, the Conservatives reached a nadir of 14% a few months ago, but they're climbing in the polls. So it's hard to imagine how either Reform or the Conservatives could win an election outright. That means that you're looking at the prospect of some kind of electoral coalition, presumably before the election rather than after it. But the problem is, the more mud that these two parties fling at each other, and there has been a lot of mud flinging over Robert Jenrick, the harder it's going to be for them to come together. So I've spoken to MPs I've spoken to Conservative MPs and Reform supporters who both would actually like to see a tie-up of the two parties and are really worried that at the moment the two leaders are self-sabotaging.
Well, it's interesting, though, because with all this mudslinging going on between Reform and the Tories, the government should be sitting back, getting the popcorn out and just enjoying the moment. Instead, now, we have this piece in the Times where they're plotting against Wes Streeting.
Well, extraordinary, isn't it? And it's not a coincidence. It's basically a mirror image of what's happening in the Conservative Party. We all knew in Westminster that Robert Jenrick was plotting against Kemi Badenoch. That was an open secret. And Kemi Badenoch showed this gumption in getting rid of him and forcing him out before he was able to jump. Meanwhile, we all also know that Wes Streeting has been plotting against Keir Starmer, and he's not making much of a secret of it. He does these quite extraordinary, actually, media announcements. Things like, for example, saying that there should be a ban on social media for under-16s. Now, you may or may not agree with that. Personally, I do agree with it. But you may or may not agree with that. But it's gone a lot further than the than the Labour government would do by itself. And that is pretty extraordinary. That's basically breaking with collective responsibility. Really, really unusual behaviour from a cabinet minister. We also had him saying that his New Year's resolution was for the government to get things right first time. Well, that obviously sounds like a dig at Keir Starmer's many U-turns over the past few months. So you've got now the allies of Keir Starmer grouping around him and saying, this isn't good enough. But then you have some people going a step further and saying that actually Keir Starmer should get rid of Wes Streeting. Now, they might think they're being helpful. They might think, this Wes Streeting, he's being a traitor, we've got to get rid of him. But actually, it makes Starmer look a bit weak, because when you've got it on the front page of the papers, Starmer should get rid of Wes Streeting. If Keir Starmer then doesn't go and do that, it looks as though he's weaker than his counterpart, Kemi Badenoch, who was willing to sack Robert Jenrick.
And plus, if you then put Wes Streeting on the back benches, well, then it's open warfare, isn't it?
Well, exactly. What sort of damage could Wes Streeting do from the back benches? Everyone agrees that he is a very good, very relaxed media performer, something which can't really be said of either Keir Starmer or Rachel Reeves. He would also bring lots of people with him, I think. One detail which I thought was very interesting, at a speech earlier in the week, he said that although he considers himself a militant moderate, he's basically on the right of the Labour Party, a sort of Blairite, he said that he would always stand up for socialist values. So it looks as though he's trying to woo some of those former Jeremy Corbyn supporters and rehabilitate himself in their minds. Now, if that isn't a play for the leadership, I don't know what is, but he is that sort of figure who, from the backbenches, might be able to rally the troops against Keir Starmer, and that is exactly what Keir Starmer doesn't.
But if he doesn't get the leadership, is there any chance he could see some sort of future with reform? I mean, there are these rumours, aren't there?
Well, there are rumours that a senior figure is going to defect from Labour in the next couple of weeks. I would think it's very, very unlikely. Again, you come back to this mudslinging, the things that they've said about each other in the past.
But it's also, it's the language that Nigel Farage used, I thought was particularly interesting. A senior Labour figure, you know, someone, you know, a known name, didn't say an MP.
No, exactly. And I think, you know, reform, I spoke to lots of figures in reform who were very open. They said that Robert Jenrick was going to defect to reform. You've got to always take that kind of thing with a pinch of salt, because, of course, reform is trying to make it look as though it has all the momentum. I think usually what we've seen in the past is reform really bigging up these defections, and then they come out in the wash. And I don't mean to be boring about this, it feels a bit anticlimactic, but sometimes, you know, it's some local councillor who no one's really heard of.
Yes.
We'll see who this defection is. I think Farage would be much more excited if it was someone like Wes Streeting.
But if Labour stick Keir Starmer right to the very end, to the next election, and suffer badly at that next election, somebody like Wes Streeting is going to be, and maybe before the election, Wes Streeting is going to sense that and think, I need to find my future somewhere else. I'm just trying to peddle this idea that maybe he's thinking of reform. But
well, he's certainly a very, very ambitious man, and he very, very much wants to become Prime Minister. But it's hard to see ideologically sort of anything that Wes Streeting's ever said, apart from perhaps, I mean, he's stronger on immigration maybe than some of the rest of Labour, but I don't think he would ever go as far as Nigel Farage. I also think there would be a bit of a danger for reform here of beginning to look as though it's just accepting any old person who fancies joining it. It doesn't really look as though it has much of a kind of ideological bent at the moment. It's beginning to look as though they'll take any old former Conservative. And at some point, you've got to wonder, you know, why would people who roundly rejected the Conservatives at the last election, why would those voters now vote for a load of former Conservative ministers? If you start to add in a load of disgraced Labour ministers as well, you've got a bit of an issue.
Except Red Wall and all the rest of it. I mean, that's...
Widens their appeal.
Yeah.
It does, and it's impossible. I mean, we've seen over the last two elections, it is really quite extraordinary when you look back at the sort of last 40, 50 years of British politics, tended to be that a Prime Minister would get in, would have a first term with, you know, if you think of Tony Blair or Margaret Thatcher or even David Cameron, have a pretty confident, successful first term. Then at the next election, their support would begin to ebb away, and over 2, maybe 3 elections, that support would ebb away. We would see slow turns. What we're seeing now is huge majority for Boris Johnson, 5 years later, huge majority to Labour. So I think it's a fool's errand for me to sit here and try and predict what's going to happen, because everything is just so unbelievably volatile.
Do you miss good old-fashioned politics?
Not at all. This is much more fun.
Keeps you on your toes.
This has been incredible. I mean, you couldn't make it up, could you? you.
Olivia, thanks very much indeed.
Extraordinary times we're living in. 8:13 it is this morning. Now, the West Midlands police chief at the centre of the Israeli fan ban controversy could face a conduct probe despite sort of retiring.
Yes, retiring, technically. Craig Guilford stepping down in retirement with immediate effect after ignoring that pressure to resign.
So, reacting to Mr Guilford's retirement, the Home Secretary, Shabana Mahmood, said he had done the right thing, but critics have branded the move disgraceful.
Let's talk to Managing Director of the Public Safety Foundation, former copper, Oliver Lawrence. Not Olivia, that makes you sound far too posh, Oliver. What do you make of this? I mean, he's escaped without resigning or being sacked. Doesn't smell right, does it?
No, good morning, Stephen. Good morning, Anne. No, it doesn't smell right. It's another week and another policing scandal. You know, a police chief and a police and crime commissioner stuck on a roundabout, going round in circles, wondering which way to go. And suddenly an exit opens up for retirement and off Craig Guilford goes. So I think the challenge here and the frustration amongst the public and a lot of frontline officers is accountability, right? We hold our junior ranked officers accountable every single day of the week, yet these senior officers, week after week. Last week, it was the Met and circumnavigating vetting standards. This week, it's a chief misleading the public, misleading the government and being able to walk off into the sunset with a six-figure pension, living his days happily ever after. And I think it's the accountability issue that we're all wanting to see more of. And it doesn't seem like it's coming anytime soon.
No, we saw this very terse comment from the Police and Crime Commissioner yesterday. He just read out the fact that it was going to be a retirement, said that it was the honourable thing, and then just walked away before taking any questions. And you could hear one reporter say, what about accountability? He didn't even turn around and acknowledge the question. And that's what most people want to know now. I mean, this man, a chief constable, appeared to do something very wrong, actually very dishonest, and hasn't even said sorry.
And the irony is that this officer actually was in charge of, at the National Police Chief's level, of professional standards of overseeing the national level of integrity and ethics, and lacked all of it in terms of the principles of misleading both government and the public in their response to the Maccabi football issue. You know, Sir Stephen Watson, about 18 months ago, made this point incredibly well. You know, policing finds itself time and time again going down rabbit holes and getting itself caught up in all these disastrous issues, these politicised issues, which it should be absolutely nowhere near. And ultimately, here we go. We find ourselves again with a police chief tied up in knots, trying to figure out how he and his team can navigate a politicised issue, which they should be nowhere near. And if I'm honest with you, I think we've really got to take a very close look at the quality of police leadership coming through. You know, in 2015, we closed Bramshill. It was where the strategic command course was run. We had a suite of executive officers coming through. That's moved to the College of Policing. And it seems to me the quality of police leadership coming through these days is just not the standard that we would all expect of those running these large organisations.
Just a final thought, Oliver, if you would. What about the PCC, the Police and Crime Commissioner for the West Midlands, who gave that news conference yesterday? He's come under some fire himself already, but the fact he said that the Chief Constable had acted with honour, I think would left a lot of people quite flabbergasted. I know the role of PCCs is going at some point, but should something happen to him, in your view?
Well, if anything, he's really underlined how sort of weak that particular role is. There's literally no accountability. The day that the evidence was presented that there was significant misleading of both the public and the government, more importantly, he should have been given his marching orders. Yet we had a PCC standing up in front of cameras and making comment that, you know, he wasn't going to take a position. He was going to wait till the full facts had presented themselves. It's weak. There's no accountability. And it just demonstrates what on earth is that position for if he cannot remove the chief officer who he's there to hold accountable for. It was really, really, really pathetic.
And what does it say to the citizens of the West Midlands, and particularly the Jewish citizens of the West Midlands? What message are they getting from that?
Well, it sends a message of a lack of impartiality again, that we're politicising these roles, that we're not looking at matters more broadly and understanding the actual optics of segregating a certain part of the community. And once again, the Jewish community stand back and go, why us? Why is it always us that have to be the victims of these incredibly erroneous and poor decisions which policing is making?
All right. Oliver, good to see you. Thank you very much indeed.
Now, just when you thought the news couldn't get any more surprising, The Bank of England Governor, Andrew Bailey, says net zero is stagnating global economic growth.
Yeah, he warns higher energy costs could become permanent if drastic climate change initiatives continue to be implemented at the same rate. Ed Miliband must be furious.
Well, it's like we're doing everything wrong, isn't it? Let's get the thoughts of economist Justin Urquhart-Stewart, who's with us.
Good morning.
I mean, it makes sense to you?
Yeah, well, it is the amount of cost that actually is going into trying to get to net zero is really quite astonishing. But we don't really see it. It's all those little bits on your bills you see, but actually sort of there's an extra little green tax in there. In fact, that's been going up quite a lot.
Well, you believe if you see that, not that I've actually seen it on my bill, if you see it, you think, I'm doing something.
Oh, you're being suitably saintly. But we're in a position now where we pay 20% more for our electricity in this country than the rest of Europe. Generally, that's a very broad figure. But it means, why would you set up, say, I don't know, steel industry here, which is why steel industry companies keep on going bust in this country. They pay too much for this. Now, you can sit there and say, good thing I'm paying my green taxes, feel suitably saintly, but you're also going to feel poorer. Or should you actually sit there and say, I'll do what other countries are doing at the moment, which is actually get the economy going and we'll sort out the green bits a little bit later. Now, you can argue all sorts of different ways, but fundamentally at the moment, you're paying for the fact you're getting infrastructure which has not been invested in. We have a national grid, well, gridlock, whereby we're producing lots and lots of wind power. That's great, sometimes over 50% of our actual requirement. But you can't get the power from, say, the top of the North Sea down to, say, London, because the grid isn't fully implemented yet. So we've been very lazy over this, and it's hidden. It's not one of those things you can see in the streets, and so now we're paying the price.
I mean, it's interesting because, I mean, without going into all the arguments, you know what the sort of green lobby will say, that, you know, we can't afford to put it on the back burner and what have you, we need to get on with it now. But if fundamentally it is slowing the economy, and I mean, no, look at pubs, for instance. I mean, they're saying part of the reason they're going out of business is they can't afford all the energy costs at the moment, on top of everything else. Well, if the economy falls apart, then we're all screwed.
Oh, it'd be a green. Yeah, the green in your refrigerator will now be mould rather than anything else. No, what we've got is we do have other power areas. You know, we've still got gas fields and oil fields, not the amount we had previously in the North Sea, but they're still there to be exploited. So yes, we can have a saintly halo and say we're not touching it, or we'll end up. The answer is, of course, actually, you end up having to do a combination of the two. What you must be doing, though, is telling people really what the real cost of this is. And it's all very well for the politicians standing up saying, you know, we're going to be leading the field on this, but leading the field with the lowest growth, or barely any growth, and actually look, some of the figures, of course, look as though we're going backwards, is frankly a stupid thing to do. Very rarely would I sit there and agree with a certain President of the United States of drill, baby, drill. But actually, in terms of short term, actually getting more value for our power systems in terms of gas and oil fields, maybe is the time now to get more of that out.
I mean, there has been people over the years who've gone on about you know, a combination of, yeah, let's go to green, but we need to phase down oil and bring up the green. And that has been ignored. It has pretty much. It's been black or white.
Yeah, and it's, for example, a good example of being for years we could have been improving our housing stock by putting insulation. Yeah. And yet every single winter we said we need to have more insulation. I've been doing this ever since I was naught. I think people have been talking about it. So there are lots of things we could have done very easily, which didn't actually cost a great deal. Meanwhile, you could be adjusting your power requirements, which we are doing, but at the same time still making sure you get the economy going. As ever, what you've got is different bits of government doing different things. What you need is focus on smaller companies, growing companies. That's where we're really good at. That's where we're seeing growth, and also tech companies as well. In our tech hubs we've got around the country, which we've got a good fine selection of. But you're not going to have high-tech companies coming here paying an extra 20% for electricity. Where do they go? California.
Yeah. All right, Justin. As always, it's good to see you.
My pleasure.
Yes, thank you. Right, it's time for the weather now. Here's Alex.
Expect warm spells with the odd rude interruption. Box Boilers sponsors the weather on GB News.
Morning. Welcome to your latest weather update from the Met Office here on GB News. The weekend's starting fairly grey, a lot of cloud around, some mist and fog around as well, and there's also a few showers, but we should see some brighter spells coming and going. It's a bit of a messy picture. The Breeze generally coming up from the south, bringing showers to the east of Northern Ireland. A zone of wetter weather crossing through eastern Scotland. Maybe a bit of snow over the hills. Showers across England and Wales, pretty well scattered. Many places here will have a dry afternoon. It should brighten up a touch as well. May see a glimmer or two of blue sky and a bit of sun. May see temperatures top out in double figures. Mostly high single digits and pretty close to the average for the time of year. Not feeling all that pleasant though, with the showery rain across northeast Scotland. Further south, as I say, some brighter skies and just one or two scattered showers, maybe over Wales and eastern England. We should see some sunny spells too. Pembrokeshire and feeding up to the east of Northern Ireland, we've got this zone of showers, so it could make for quite a wet day in Belfast. Further west across Northern Ireland, not too many showers. Much of western Scotland also dry into the evening, but still staying fairly grey and cloudy with outbreaks of rain across northeast Scotland. We'll continue to feed some wet weather in here through Saturday evening. Otherwise, many places will become dry. And then we look down to the south as another zone of showery rain just slowly spreads its way northwards across East Anglia and the southeast. That'll keep the temperatures up here where we've got clear skies across northern Scotland. We may well see some pockets of frost. Mist and fog also likely to thicken up tonight, so it could be quite murky first thing on Sunday morning. A zone of rain also expanding, so quite a damp morning for a good part of England and Wales. Still some showers across the east of Northern Ireland, but for much of Northern Ireland and Scotland, most of Sunday morning looks dry and bright. Some rain likely to creep into the far south of Scotland late in the day. Again, double digits across the southeast, but feeling cooler for most with the outbreaks of rain.
Expect warm spells with the odd rude interruption. Box Boiler sponsors the weather on GB News.
How do you fancy getting hold of masses of cash? £85,000 tax-free.
But there isn't a lot of time, is there? Isn't it ending soon?
Just under 2 weeks.
Oh, it's still got
2 weeks.
weeks.
2 weeks yesterday is when we close this particular competition. So if you do want to take part, here's how you do it.
There's only 2 weeks left to ensure you're in the draw to win our biggest cash prize so far. An incredible £85,000 in tax-free cash could be yours.
Hi, I'm Jane from Manchester. I won £54,321 with the Great British Giveaway. It is real and it does happen to everyday people like myself. And that one text has just made my life 100% better.
But you have to hurry, as lines close on Friday the 30th of January. For another chance to win £85,000 cash, text cash to 63225. One entry costs £2.50 plus one standard network rate message. Or text bonus to 63225. 5 entries cost £5 plus one standard network rate message. Go to gbnews.com/win. Entries start at £2.50. Call 0903 686 3232. Calls cost £2.50 plus your network access charge. Or post your name and number to GB18 PO Box 8690 Derby DE1 9TT. UK only. Entrants must be 18 or over. Lines close at 4 p.m. on the 30th of January. The winner may be contacted live on GB News week commencing 9th of February. Please check the closing time if listening or watching on demand. Good luck.
Still to come, we've got a sneak peek behind the curtains of the world's most famous circus show. That's next.
Bold. They are under no illusion. Ray. Are you a human trafficker? Boundless. I've had enough of the nonsense, and I'm not afraid to say it.
Don't get us on the BBC.
Every weeknight, I tear through the headlines. The smell of gasoline. Should we be worried about it? From Westminster madness to cultural war chaos. What I'm going to do now is they are throwing things out the car as we speak. Get ready, Britain. Here we go. Patrick Christie tonight, weeknights from 9 p.m, only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
Hi, I'm Michelle Dewberry, and my show is your opportunity to cut through all the noise and dive in headfirst to some robust debates. Ideas clash.
Situation, because the failure is...
You're deliberately avoiding my point. Nothing's held back.
And if you think this is the end of it, wait for more.
And we do not shy away from the difficult stuff. Sometimes I want to shake people and say, if only you understood. So join me on Jubes & Co. weeknights at 6 p.m, only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
Decisions made in Washington aren't just shaping America, they're shaping Britain too. From migration to global security, from crime to health. Whatever happens in the White House today
will be felt in your town or city tomorrow.
That's why The Late Show is live from Washington, D.C.
Cutting through the politics to show you what it all means for Britain.
The Late Show live every night at midnight.
Only on GB News,
Britain's news channel.
From the school run to the home run, watch a new show for all of Britain.
He can say whatever he wants.
A straight-talking show where all voices are heard.
And, you know, when are we going to stop talking about smashing the gangs and actually do it?
With the stories that matter from every part of our country.
There's a bit of a crash landing there for your Chancellor.
Bold, fearless and standing up for you. That's me, Martin Daubney, 3 p.m. till 6 p.m, weekdays, here only on GB News. The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Do you trust what you're being told? Good, because neither do I.
Those are just facts.
I'm Alex Armstrong, and on my show, we'll expose the spin.
Well, I want to answer that, because you didn't let me last time, because you always speak over me.
The broken promises.
To deny that is denying the truth.
And the hypocrisy.
Needs to
stop.
You think we can allow?
Politics, policy, parliament. Nothing is off limits. No sugarcoating, no fear of offence, just the truth laid bare. Tune in every Saturday and Sunday at 9 p.m. for Alex Armstrong Tonight, only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
Britain deserves a newsroom that puts the facts and your voice first.
Well, and that's what you get on GB News. Lively debates, lively conversation.
And we're not afraid to hold power to account.
And each other. So join me, Andrew Pierce.
And me, Miriam Cates, for Britain's Newsroom, weekdays from 9:30 on GB News.
Now, they are the most famous circus troupe in the world, and they're in Britain to celebrate their 30th anniversary.
Yes, they're Cirque du Soleil, and they invited GB national reporter Will Godley behind the scenes at the Royal Albert Hall to see how they actually prepare for these huge, spectacular performances. And, of course, it is one of Britain's most iconic venues too.
It's the high-flying, body-defying spectacle, now back in London for its 30th year. And as the acrobats gear up for their residency at the Royal Albert Hall, we were invited along for a behind-the-scenes look to find out how Cirque du Soleil gets off the ground. Well, with more than 100 cast and crew, this is not only one of the most famous, but also one of the biggest circuses anywhere in the world. And so, undoubtedly, there are some challenges bringing Cirque du Soleil to this iconic venue, the Royal Albert Hall. The show, called OVO, is insect-inspired.
We've got ants that do foot juggling, we've got spiders that do contortion and slackwire, we've got scarabs that fly high across the ceiling.
But to bring this all to life, they need a specially designed stage to fit the concert hall, and the acrobats have a strict training schedule.
We're getting ready for a show tonight, and we're rehearsing, we're making sure everyone knows what their cues are, getting their body back in shape after a day off maybe, but these people train every day, they eat healthy, they're in the gym at midnight, there's a lot of physical preparation.
Despite a grueling training regime, the acrobats still love coming to London.
I'm very lucky to get to work with some incredibly talented and hardworking people. The show itself is super fun to do. We have a lot of fun with the storyline.
But before any somersaults can take place, the costumes need to be made. A team of designers work non-stop to handcraft every outfit. And to keep them all clean, a whopping 60 loads of washing every single week. But they say it's all worth it to perform at the Royal Albert Hall.
It's an incredible institution, and it's so special to take this incredible circus, mix it with this incredible venue, and you get something truly spectacular.
7 million people have seen this show from around the world. But for the next couple of months, it's London, where Cirque du Soleil will call home. Will Godley, GB News.
Spectacular, it certainly would be, especially if you saw it in the Royal Albert Hall, because it would all be happening around and above you.
Yeah, quite something. So if you are going to that, good luck, enjoy it. We've got a treat for you coming up, though, because all the hoo-ha around Crystal Palace. We're talking to former manager Neil Warnock in just a moment. That's with Aidan, so don't go anywhere.
Bold. They are under no illusion. Ray.
Are you a human trafficker?
Boundless. I've had enough of the nonsense, and I'm not afraid to say it.
Don't get this on the BBC.
Every weeknight, I tear through the headlines.
The smell of gasoline.
Should we be worried about it? From Westminster madness to cultural war chaos.
What we're going to do now, they are throwing things out the car as we speak.
Get ready, Britain. Here we go. Patrick Christie's tonight, weeknights from 9 p.m, only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
Hi, I'm Michelle Dewberry, and my show is your opportunity to cut through all the noise and dive in headfirst to some robust debates. Ideas clash.
Situation, isn't it?
Because
the failure is...
You're deliberately avoiding my point. Nothing's held back.
And if you think this is the end of it, wait for more.
And we do not shy away from the difficult stuff. Sometimes I want to shake people and say, if only you understood. So join me on Jubes and Co weeknights at 6 p.m, only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
Decisions made in Washington aren't just shaping America, they're shaping Britain too. From migration to global security, from crime to health. Whatever happens in the White House today
will be felt in your town or city tomorrow.
That's why The Late Show is live from Washington, D.C.
Cutting through the politics to show you what it all means for Britain.
The Late Show live every night at midnight.
Only on GB News,
Britain's news channel.
From the school run to the home run, watch a new show for all of Britain.
So he can say whatever he wants.
A straight talking show where all voices are heard.
And, you know, when are we going to stop talking about smashing the gangs and actually do it?
With the stories that matter from every part of our country.
There's a bit of a crash landing there for your Chancellor.
Bold, fearless and standing up for you. That's me, Martin Daubney, 3 p.m. till 6 p.m, weekdays, here only on GB News. The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Westminster's full of talk, but out here, it's the real world.
Am I allowed to talk then?
No, that's it. This is where it matters, real people and real lives. That's what politics is all about.
In fact, has Trump made a good start? No.
Straight answers, no spin, and just a couple of pints.
How many fingers have I got up?
About 10. So join me for Lee Anderson's Real World every Friday at 7 p.m, only on GB News. The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
You want to know what's really going on in the corridors of power? Labour don't know what to do with you half the time, and that makes you quite lethal in the chamber. Get behind the headlines with Chopper's Political Podcast. Join me, Christopher Hope, as I sit down with the great and the good of British politics. We'll see where this ruling takes us. These are the stories shaping our nation. Chopper's Political Podcast, available now on all platforms. Listen in and stay ahead.
Aidan's here with the sports news.
Turmoil at the Palace.
Turmoil at the Palace, and we're not talking about Buckingham Palace.
No, we're certainly not. We're talking about Crystal Palace. 244 days ago, Stephen, they won the FA Cup. That celebrated day at Wembley, the biggest day in their history. They beat Manchester City by a goal to nil. Berriese scoring that goal. And look, lots of events have happened since then. It's not all been bad. They've actually progressed quite well in the league prior to Christmas. But then there was that crushing defeat last week at Macclesfield in the FA Cup, and I think that's led to a sequence of events that's taken us today. I want to bring in the former Crystal Palace manager, Neil Warnock. Neil, would you agree with me that that's had some kind of impact on what's gone on today, that defeat at Macclesfield, because that was a hell of a loss?
It probably was the final straw for Oliver, really. I think I thought really from pre-season, Aidan, that he wasn't happy. He didn't get the players he wanted in. You know, he was going to lose Guy at some stage. Mateta might go now, and then Wharton, they're all talking about. I think he just thinks after the Macclesfield thing, you know, this is the best time for me. And I can't see him staying there. I think Steve Parish will be looking after himself now and looking at what he can do to rectify it. And it wouldn't surprise me if he leaves in the next few weeks, really, because once your mind's made up to go, Aidan, it's very difficult for the dressing room. The lads who aren't in the team, you know, will be quite pleased that he's going. You know, and it causes eruptions, really. And, you know, like I say, it didn't surprise me. When I was there, it was like extracting teeth in the summer, getting a player in. You just couldn't get them in. Honestly, it was a nightmare. And I could tell with his interviews in pre-season, he wasn't very happy. So it doesn't surprise me at all. And it's a fabulous club as well.
You mentioned the dressing room there, Neil. Now, I've known you many, many years now. I can just imagine your reaction if you qualify for something as magnificent as the Europa League, first time in the club's history, but you weren't able to go there because of a clerical error, effectively. How annoyed would Oliver Glasner have been, do you feel?
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, for a club like Crystal Palace to qualify is unbelievable. And you know, to beat Man City, you're on a high, and all of a sudden... And he knows it's down to... I mean, it's obviously Steve Parish's fault that they're not in it. It's no good saying that the laws need changing. They knew what the laws were, and they didn't adhere to them. So, you know, they got the punishment. So you can't blame anybody but the board or Steve. And he must have known that, and it was so difficult. I could tell with his interviews in pre-season that he wasn't happy. And he's a very, very good manager. So I think he'll have thought... It might be in his best interest now to come out like this, and if they do get rid of him now, he's going to get another good job in the summer, if not before. I think he's looking after himself now, which quite rightly so you have to do.
You touched on it a few moments ago, actually, Neil, but I'm thinking back to Fergie in 2002 when he announced in January that he wasn't going to be staying at Old Trafford beyond the summer. Of course, eventually he stayed on for many more years after that, won many more titles. Manuel Pellegrini, 2016, he said he's leaving in January he's going to leave in the summer. In both occasions, the teams sort of limped over the line. They didn't really fulfil their potential. Is there a danger that the players now kind of, not down tools, I don't want to insult their professionalism that way, but is there a danger that the level kind of drops off now?
Absolutely, yeah. And they're not, you know... His power has gone a little bit now as well. You know, when he says something in the dressing room now, it won't be as strong as it was, you know, last season or whatever. And the lads know it. They spot a weakness. Players are clever lads, and you know, like I say, the lads who aren't in the team or have been, you know, sort of left out of the team, they'll be quite pleased, and there'll be eruptions behind the scenes. And I only see him leaving in the next few weeks, if I'm honest, because I can't see Parish putting up with that. And he'll be looking after himself, so he'll do whatever is best for Steve Parish in the next few weeks to look after himself, whatever action he takes now. And Oliver's looked after himself, and he'll get another job. And I understand what he's saying, because, you know, honestly, Aidan, it does grind you down when you try and sign players and you can't get them through the door, and, you know, especially having won the cup. You know, what a great time to celebrate and look forward. And, you know, it's a disappointing time because, you know, they're circling for Adam Wharton, the guy is leaving, you know, and it's all right saying we'll just go and buy somebody. You don't get players like that. They don't just, you know, they don't just dangle and you go and sign them. It's very, very difficult. And Dougie Freedman leaving as well, I don't think that helped as well. So it's at the moment, it's a real mixed-up club. I mean, they're fortunate that they've got the points on board. They're not going to get dragged into it this year, but they'll have to be very careful now at what they do in the future to make sure that they progress and move on.
Neil, just finally from me, because Stephen and Anne next to me are dying to know as well, when are you coming back to football management? Because we really miss you.
Yeah, I only work from March to May, so it's a bit early for me at the moment. You know, I have to laugh at it when I see the managers like Amarin and the other lad with the Subutio tables on the touchline, the tactics and that. I do cringe, but it is fabulous. But can I just say while you're on, Aidan, I'm a news fanatic. I love the news. I have it on every minute of the day. When I tune in, I love Stephen and Ali during the week, and I love Stephen and Anna at the weekend. So please keep it up. I do enjoy it.
Oh, what a kind
really
thing
kind.
to say, Neil. Thank you very much.
You've made us all blush, Neil.
Yay.
You have.
I haven't mentioned you, Aidan. I didn't mention you.
That's true. Good man.
Neil, fantastic to see you this morning. Good luck with whatever comes next, yeah?
Thank you very much. Thank you. Nice to see you, Anna and Stephen.
Yeah, nice lovely to see you.
Cheers.
What a guy.
Well, I have to say, what a really nice fella.
I know, it's funny. I remember back, it must be about 2002-03, I was doing the daily paper beat, and it's the first time I met him, and I always used to get the Sheffield United matches in London for some reason, and I went up to him after the Saturday for Sunday press conference. I was looking for something for Monday, something different.
Yeah.
And I don't expect most managers to know this. And I said, oh, Neil, can I have a word with you for the Mondays, please? Oh, yeah, of course you can, son. What do you want to talk about? Oh, just about the game. He goes, no, you don't. You want something different. You got it.
Oh, yeah, well, he does get it, doesn't he, very clearly.
Oh,
anyway,
nice
thank you for watching. Brilliant.
Yeah, no, it's lovely, that, and a good, what a brilliant guest to get on during all this turmoil.
Especially at such a time, yeah.
Lovely. Thank you very much indeed, Aidan.
Still to come, we're going to be looking through the newspapers, and diners at the Ritz were left in shock after an uninvited guest gave them a lunchtime fright. It was in the world's most famous restaurant, if you like, especially their cucumber sandwiches and things. We'll have more about that from Pete and Susan, who are looking through the papers for us. First of all, though, if you're in search of some holiday sun, here's where it is.
Dinner under the stars tonight?
That reminds me of our travel insurance.
You mean all clear skies?
All Clear Travel Insurance sponsors GB News Travel Destinations forecast.
Hello. Should be a largely sunny Sunday for the Algarve. We are looking at some showery rain crossing the Canaries and staying fairly wet in Barcelona. Weather front pushing south, bringing some outbreaks of rain across the Canaries on Sunday. Looking a bit dry and brighter into next week. We've got a feed of showery rain also across the south of France and down to Catalonia. The southern tip of Italy also likely to see a few showers. And a cool breeze blowing its way across Crete. As I said, the Canaries looking brighter into next week.
All Clear Travel Insurance sponsors GB News Travel Destinations forecast.
Decisions made in Washington aren't just shaping America, they're shaping Britain too. From migration to global security, from crime to health. Whatever happens in the White House today
will be felt in your town or city tomorrow.
That's why The Late Show is live from Washington, D.C.
Cutting through the politics to show you what it all means for Britain.
The Late Show live every night at midnight.
Only on GB News,
Britain's news channel.
Bold.
They are under no illusion.
Ray.
Are you a human trafficker?
Boundless. I've had enough of the nonsense, and I'm not afraid to say it.
Don't get us on the BBC.
Every weeknight, I tear through the headlines.
The smell of gasoline. Should we be worried about it?
From Westminster madness to cultural war chaos.
What we're going to do now, they are throwing things out the car as we speak.
Get ready, Britain. Here we go. Patrick Christie's tonight, weeknights from 9 p.m, only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
Hi, I'm Michelle Dewberry, and my show is your opportunity to cut through all the noise and dive in headfirst to some robust debates. Ideas clash.
Situation, isn't it?
No,
because the failure is
you're deliberately avoiding my point. Nothing's held back.
And if you think this is the end of it, wait for more.
And we do not shy away from the difficult stuff. Sometimes I want to shake people and say, if only you understood. So join me on Jubes and Co weeknights at 6 p.m, only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
You want to know what's really going on in the corridors of power? Labour don't know what to do with you half the time, and that makes you quite lethal in the chamber. Get behind the headlines with Chopper's political podcast. Join me, Christopher Hope, as I sit down with the great and the good of British politics. We'll see where this ruling takes us. These are the stories shaping our nation. Chopper's political podcast, available now on all platforms. Listen in and stay ahead.
Britain was once the envy of the world. But look around. A nation that no longer knows what it is or where it's going. A country that's broken. How do we fix Britain? How do we bring it back? Friday night with Matt Goodwin at 8 p.m, only on GB News.
No matter the state it's in, this is our nation. Join me, Jacob Rees-Mogg, for a genuine, honest discussion on where we have been, where we are going, and where we are with the people who set the direction. Tune in to State of the Nation every Monday to Thursday, 8 to 9 o'clock. Only on GB News.
Britain deserves a newsroom that puts the facts and your voice first.
Well, and that's what you get on GB News. Lively debates, lively conversation.
And we're not afraid to hold power to account.
And each other. So join me, Andrew Pierce.
And me, Miriam Gates, for Britain's Newsroom, weekdays from 9:30 on GB News.
Right, time for the papers at 8:47 with Pete Price and Susan Holder. Good morning, both. We'll start with something really serious, Pete.
Yes.
In the Mail, and it's about bereaved parents, actually, who are suing TikTok.
Yeah, I've been looking at this story because I think it's really, really important. So 5 British families are suing TikTok in the USA over their children's deaths, saying that the tech giants must be held accountable. It's a bigger picture. First of all, let me tell you what they were doing. The stunt was, it was circulating in social media in 2021, encouraging children and teenagers to choke themselves until they passed out. Yesterday, the parents were in the USA. They're trying to get this into court, and their TikTok are trying to get it thrown out of court. There's no case to answer. The bigger picture is there should be some policing within social media, like TikTok, like X, like all of them. And children are vulnerable. They get forced to do things by their other mates. You know, come on.
But also, to be fair, Pete, I do think it's the case. We forget that kids are kids. Kids don't have the common sense
We will
to know how
look back.
dangerous it is.
We will look back on this era of how we allowed social media to have such control over everybody, but particularly children, with absolute horror and amazement in years to come, that we allowed this to take a hold and that we didn't have controls and we didn't have restriction, but also that parents didn't take as much control as they could possibly take.
You know, all of us, I was certainly bullied at school.
Yeah.
I was fighting my sexuality, I was heavy, I was fighting everything, and I was bullied. Now, it's on a world scale of bullying. That's what upsets me.
And the bullies can get you when you're in your bedroom.
And the bullies can get you as soon as you're at home, and you can't. And it's all very well saying keep off social media. Then you're bullied for not being on it.
Yes. Well, which is why, of course, I know these arguments for the ban.
It is, but do you know what? With that ban, I do think a lot of the time it'll be parents that you're having to battle as much as you are with children, who now see it as a very easy babysitting service and actually see it as, that's how I get some free time. Yeah. And we all brought up children before that happened, and that we used to take bagfuls of crayons and goodness what else to keep them occupied.
I love these parents who are not giving their phones to children, and there are still some out there. I know it puts a lot of pressure on the children, but this has got to come. This TikTok has got to come to fruition. They've got to be held accountable. Well, 5 children are dead.
Well, let's just tell you what
that we know of.
Well, let's say what TikTok's said about all of this. They've said our deepest sympathies remain with these families. We strictly prohibit content that promotes or encourages dangerous behaviour. You're using robust detection systems and dedicated enforcement teams to proactively identify and remove this content. We remove 99% that's found to break these rules before it is even reported to us.
And 5 children are dead. That's how much they remove.
The trouble is, I don't quite know how you police something like the internet. Anyway, should we have a look at something a bit more jolly? Should we? Just to cheer ourselves up. And actually, Pete, this will chime with you as well. It's in the Mail.
Yes.
And it's our Dolly.
Our Dolly. So Dolly Parton, can you believe it, is 80 years old on Monday. Happy birthday, Dolly.
Happy birthday, Dolly.
I find her an absolute inspiration. She's my personal inspiration in so many ways. So much so that my latest rom-com book is called What Would Dolly Do? And is about somebody who uses Dolly as their kind of focus and their guiding light to kind of get them through troubled times. Because Dolly, as well as being an amazing singer-songwriter, which we all know, she is a businesswoman, an entrepreneur, a charity campaigner and giver of money to so many different things. She's got a new record out because she says, I've not even started yet, Dolly says. And I just find the woman just absolutely incredible. And also, have you ever met anyone who doesn't like Dolly Parton? No. Everywhere you go, people love her.
But it's also, I'm not offended by all the dumb blonde jokes because I know I'm not dumb.
I'm not blonde either.
Did you know that she doesn't stay in hotels on tour? She stays in the tour bus.
Yeah, she does have a tour bus.
She stays in the tour bus. She never stays. She stays with the gang. We have front row tickets for Dolly for Christmas.
Do you?
And of course, she cancelled. It's now moved to September the 26th. And I might sell my ticket and buy a house.
Yes, I'll bet.
I see.
Well, I'll keep my fingers crossed for you, because to see her, though, would be worth anything.
Can you imagine, though, getting to 80, Pete?
He's having a go because it's my birthday. Next Sunday, I'm 80. 25th of January.
You and Dolly are twins.
Congratulations to you.
Not your husband.
He is. Nod's 80 this in June.
Is he?
He is
Yeah.
actually.
In June?
Yeah, he
Mine's
is.
a few 80
Big year for the
Wow.
You and Dolly and Pete, we've all got good company.
I always think of your husband at Christmas
right.
when that cheque bounces.
Yes, thank you.
Not bouncers. Bouncers on the step, not bouncers.
Never lets me get away with that.
No.
Honestly, though, I love
You
it.
must warm the cockles of your heart every Christmas going into a supermarket and hearing it all the time.
We had 6 number 1s, though, not just that one.
No, of course not. No.
Why talk about the next 6 number 1s? He is a master in the history books because of that song.
Oh, yeah.
Like Mariah Carey. And when we went to Vegas to see Dolly, that's all we finished up with seeing Mariah. Because we had to still go.
She's opening a new hotel as well, isn't she?
Oh,
yeah,
the Dolly
she's the
Hotel.
song teller in Nashville. I heard you talking about that the other day, actually. No, I'd love to stay there. Well, Nashville is just a great place anyway.
Is it?
But, yeah, it's wonderful. If you like music of any sort, actually, country music obviously is a big thing, but any kind of music.
You just have to throw yourself, surrender
You have to throw
the music,
yourself. And the people in Nashville just love music more than anything else. So when you go to America now, there's a lot of, obviously, talk about politics. They don't talk about that in Nashville. It's all about the music.
Oh,
it's real
great.
fun.
Can you get decent boots out there? Because I hate to say it, I really want a pair of cowboy boots.
Oh, yeah.
You can get 3 for there's like 2 for the price of 1, 3 for the price of 2
I don't
shops.
need 3 boots.
No, but you have to buy multiple buys of the boots.
I see.
When
Broadway.
we were in Vegas, we went to Cowboys Christmas, which was selling boots and hats, and it was about half a mile long.
Oh, wow.
Thousands of boots. And the hats, they mould the hats, and
you see,
I've seen so many good-looking cowboys in my life.
Oh, I'm surprised you came home, Pete. Look, good to see you. We're catching up for a double special in the house.
We've
so
got
look
lots more
forward to
papers
that.
coming up, but right now it's time for the weather.
Warm and cosy, with a chance of zero visibility. Boxed Boilers sponsors the weather on GB News.
Morning, welcome to your latest weather update from the Met Office here on GB News. The weekend's starting fairly grey, a lot of cloud around, some mist and fog around as well, and there's also a few showers, but we should see some brighter spells coming and going. It's a bit of a messy picture, the breeze generally coming up from the south, bringing showers to the east of Northern Ireland, a zone of wetter weather crossing through eastern Scotland, maybe a bit of snow over the hills. Showers across England and Wales, pretty well scattered. Many places here will have a dry afternoon. It should brighten up a touch as well. May see a glimmer or two of blue sky and a bit of sun. May see temperatures top out in double figures, mostly high single digits and pretty close to the average for the time of year. Not feeling all that pleasant though, with a showery rain across northeast Scotland. Further south, as I say, some brighter skies and just 1 or 2 scattered showers, maybe over Wales and eastern England. We should see some sunny spells too. Pembrokeshire and feeding up to the east of Northern Ireland, we've got this zone of showers, so it could make for quite a wet day in Belfast. Further west across Northern Ireland, not too many showers. Much of western Scotland also dry into the evening, but still staying fairly grey and cloudy with outbreaks of rain across northeast Scotland. We'll continue to feed some wet weather in here through Saturday evening. Otherwise, many places will become dry. And then we look down to the south as another zone of showery rain just slowly spreads its way northwards across East Anglia and the southeast. That'll keep the temperatures up here, where we've got clear skies across northern Scotland. We may well see some pockets of frost. Mist and fog also likely to thicken up tonight, so it could be quite murky first thing on Sunday morning. A zone of rain also expanding, so quite a damp morning for a good part of England and Wales. Still some showers across the east of Northern Ireland, but for much of Northern Ireland and Scotland, most of Sunday morning looks dry and bright. Some rain likely to creep into the far south of Scotland late in the day. Again, double digits across the southeast, but feeling cooler for most with the outbreaks of rain.
Warm and cosy, with a chance of zero visibility. Boxed Boilers sponsors the weather on GB News.
An incredible £85,000 in tax-free cash could be yours.
Hi, I'm Jane. I won £54,321 with the Great British Giveaway. Oh, definitely please enter. It is real, and that one text has just made my life 100% better.
For another chance to win £85,000 cash, text cash to 63225. One entry costs £2.50 plus one standard network rate message. Or text bonus to 63225. 5 entries cost £5 plus one standard network rate message. Go to gbnews.com/win. Entries start at £2.50. Call 0903 686 3232. Calls cost £2.50 plus your network access charge. Or post your name and number to GB18 PO Box 8690 Derby DE1 9TT. UK only. Entrance must be 18 or over. Lines close at 4 p.m. on the 30th of January. Please check the closing time if listening or watching on demand. Good luck.
This is GB News, Britain's news channel.
Christianity is on the rise in Britain, with the younger generation said to be the driving force. It's great, isn't it? In an effort to preserve the UK's cultural and religious heritage. New polling by a Tier Fund also found that 45% of British adults are planning to attend church this Christmas, which is a sharp rise from recent years. But what other factors might be driving this renewal in faith? Joining me now is the wonderful parliamentary sketch writer, Quentin Lett. Quentin, really good to see you. Thank you for coming on. A brilliant piece in today's Daily Mail. Read every word of it, found myself nodding along. Tell me more about what you've written, why you've written it, and what's happening with Christianity in this country.
Well, good afternoon, Dawn. I would start with that poll that you've just been mentioning. And it said that 45% of adults are intending to go to, this is what it found, 45% of adults intending to go to a service at a church this Christmas. But a more interesting part of that poll is that when you look at the younger people, Gen Z, 60% of them are intending, and it's many fewer, it's half the number for us baby boomers and the silent generation who are older than us. So that suggests, does it not, that something is stirring in the pews. And there was some prize in some senior church circles recently when Tommy Robinson, a right-wing politician, organised a carol service in Whitehall. Some of the bishops got very twitchy about this, but it does seem anecdotally that a lot of this growth in the church-going is, as you mentioned earlier, young men, but also perfectly possible that quite a lot of them are right-wing. Now, this is presenting the Church of England, which in recent years has started to look a little bit like the Liberal Democrat Party at prayer.
GB News, the People's Channel.
Good morning. Well, there's turmoil at the heart of government. As reports emerge, the Prime Minister is facing pressure from his own party to get rid of Wes Streeting over brazen and brutally honest media appearances.
Earlier in the week, the Health Secretary launched a scathing attack on what he described as the excuses culture within the party, and he urged the Prime Minister to stop the U-turns.
He has as much chance of being our next Prime Minister as Zach Polanski. It's not going to happen. The choice is Starmer, or goodness knows who else, or Nigel.
Well, there you go, the words of Robert Jenrick. He says that Kemi Badenoch cannot become the next Prime Minister following his defection to Reform.
And the Conservative leader, though, has hit back, saying there's no chance of a pact with Reform, and she called them liars.
Meanwhile, new polling reveals 19% of adults are now more likely to vote Reform following Jenrick's defection. So what does it mean for the Conservative Party?
Meanwhile, 500 pubs could permanently close their doors this year. Will the Chancellor's hospitality lifeline be enough to save the industry?
The Chief Constable of West Midlands Police at the centre of the Maccabi Tel Aviv fan controversy has been allowed to retire instead of being sacked. Critics have called it disgraceful.
And airlines are set to save millions on fuel because of weight loss jabs. Their increase in popularity means that planes are flying with less luggage or people weight. Anyway, we debated earlier whether you should pay more if you weigh more, and lots of people have been getting in touch over that one.
And Cirque du Soleil takes to the stage at the Royal Albert Hall, and we sent our reporter Will Godley along to get a glimpse of the show.
A bit of a grey start, some mist and fog out there in places, and a few showers. It's going to be a messy mix through the course of this weekend. Join me later for a full forecast.
Just gone 9 o'clock. I'm Stephen Dixon.
And I'm Anne Diamond, and this is GB News Breakfast.
Because Dolly Parton is 80 on Monday, I have been looking up the quotes. Because I tell you what, she's a clever woman.
Yeah, she is, very.
And the stuff she's come out with, and it's just...
Go on.
So here we go. The way I see it, says Dolly, if you want the rainbow, you've got to put up with the rain.
Yeah, she did right there.
I mean, absolutely right. It costs a lot of money to look this cheap. Is one of the more famous ones. She said, I'm not going to limit myself just because people won't accept the fact that I can do something else. I've never seen a mountain I couldn't climb or didn't think I could climb. I've never tried to step on anyone to get where I am. I know, you've just got to love Dolly.
I know, she's just brilliant, isn't she? She's quite a phenomenon. To be 80 and still look that good. Oh, wow.
Yeah,
and still have that much energy.
Yeah. Yeah, she's a little... Oh, that's a great picture of her.
She sets the bar very high for everybody else.
She's a proper live wire, isn't she?
Yeah. And you want a pair of her boots?
Well, not of Dolly's boots, no, just a cowboy boots. I want some cowboy boots.
Yeah. What, with the tassels and...
Not with tassels, no.
No, they have the the leather thingies.
The shreddy bits, the dangly bits.
Yeah.
No.
And not the rhinestones.
No.
And what colour?
Proper cowboy boots.
Yeah. Oh, proper cowboy boots.
Proper cowboy boots.
Yeah.
So, you know, up to your calves.
Yeah.
With some nice stuff carved into the leather and all that. Yeah, I'd love a pair.
Wait to see you in them.
I don't know how you wear them because unless you wear bootleg jeans.
Well, that's what you do.
I know, but are they in fashion anymore? I don't know.
It doesn't matter. It's the look, isn't it?
So I'd have to buy bootleg jeans.
Yeah, you'd have to.
But I don't know, I've always fancied a pair of cowboy boots. I'm probably mad. But then,
no, I don't think you
why should I care? I've hit that age now.
You'd have to do the line dancing. Would you do the line dancing?
I'd love to do a bit of line dancing.
Line dancing's brilliant.
Yeah, I'd love to do that.
It's really good fun.
There you go.
Break your boots in for that, can you?
That'd be good, yeah. All right, could be my new hobby.
Well,
there you go.
Don't take it too seriously.
When I retire and stop caring about politics, which I will do when I retire, I'm not going to pay any attention to politics ever again. No.
OK. I have to retire to Nashville.
That'd be very nice. Meanwhile, I haven't retired yet, so politics is what we have to crack on with, because Robert Jenrick says the Conservative Party is over as he compares Kemi Badenoch's odds of becoming Prime Minister to that of the Green Party leader.
Kemi has as much chance of being our next Prime Minister as Zach Polanski. It's not going to happen. The choice is Starmer, or goodness knows who else, or Nigel.
Well, it's very brutally honest, wasn't it? But was it right? Speaking to GB News yesterday, Robert Jenrick said trust and credibility within the Tory party had gone.
Well, rather than sort of sitting back and enjoying the spectacle, a bit of turmoil in the Labour Party as well, with Sir Keir Starmer reportedly being urged to sack Wes Streeting over the Health Secretary's brazen and brutally honest media appearances.
Well, let's speak to GB News' political correspondent, Olivia Utley. I mean, a lot of people would say to them all, shut up for a bit.
I know. I mean, you're not supposed to interrupt your enemies when they're making a mistake.
Yeah.
And it feels like on both sides, both the Conservatives and Labour are very much attacking their enemies while they're making mistakes. I don't think it's a coincidence that this Wes Streeting story, these briefings, are emerging at exactly the moment that Kemi Badenoch has fired Robert Jenrick. It is basically an exact parallel. For months and months now, it's been an open secret in Westminster that Robert Jenrick has been planning to defect to Reform. And Kemi Badenoch actually acted, I mean, whatever you think of her politically, it was a fantastically good operational move to do what she did. She basically ruined the Reform morning press conference by releasing that video saying that she had sacked Robert Jenrick. And then she ruined the afternoon one as well by releasing bits of his defection speech that he was going to make. She also managed to take them both by surprise. Robert Jenrick was planning a defection, but he wasn't planning to do it that day. Nigel Farage, of course, was up in Scotland. So she left them both in a really, really difficult position. Robert Jenrick had to hurry up and make his move that afternoon for fear of losing all momentum and for looking a bit kind of, a bit weaselly, a bit slimy, as though he's just a political opportunist who will go whichever way the wind blows.
Nigel Farage at the beginning of the day was saying, yes, we have had dinner, yes, we have had talks, but, you know, we haven't drawn up any sort of contract, nobody's signed anything. But Kemi Badenoch, by saying what she'd said at the beginning of the day, they had to sign something. They had to decide ever so quickly what the lay of the land was going to be.
Well, absolutely. Robert Jenrick had to make a decision pretty much on the spot whether to try and deny the claims that he was about to defect to Reform. When he hadn't done that within an hour, it was very obvious that the claims were true. And then he had to make the decision whether to defect to Reform that afternoon or risk losing all political momentum.
Well, on the plus side, he'd already written the speech.
He had already written the speech. He was right there, ready to go. So that was lucky for him. But it's a bad moment for the Conservatives, of course. Robert Jenrick was a man, he was very, very serious about immigration. He did have a very good social media presence. I've spoken to Conservative supporters who only are staying with the Conservative Party, were staying with the Conservative Party, because they thought that Robert Jenrick was serious about immigration. Now that he's gone, that is a problem for the Conservatives, but I think it is also a problem for Reform. Already, they were taking so many former Conservative ministers, including last week Nadhim Zahawi. And the rumour is that Nadhim Zahawi has defected to Reform purely because he was denied entry to the House of Lords by the Conservatives. So there is this theory now that Nigel Farage is willing to accept sort of any old Conservative minister. It could become the party of sort of washed-up has-beens.
Well, except he's put this deadline on it.
He's put this deadline on it, so before May the 7th, before the local elections. You can see why anyone who wants to defect should be doing it before Reform does very well in the elections, as they're thought to do so. Is he really going to stick to that, though? I have my doubts. It's someone like Suella Braverman, who is very much respected and liked in the Conservative Party and very much respected by Reform-swaying voters as well. She stood down as Home Secretary because she didn't think the party was going far enough on immigration. If she were to defect after the local elections, I'm sorry, I do not believe that Nigel Farage is going to say, no, go away, please. So both of them are in a bit of a tricky situation now, and you would think that Labour would be sitting back and, as you said earlier, Stephen, enjoying the popcorn, watching the show. Instead, there is this ongoing, drawn-out war going on behind the scenes between Keir Starmer and Wes Streeting. Wes Streeting, the Health Secretary, hasn't really veiled his political ambitions very much at all. We know he's a man on manoeuvres. A couple of weeks ago, he said that his New Year's resolution was for the government to get things right first time. Well, that obviously seemed like a dig at Keir Starmer's many, many U-turns, 13 or 14, I think, we're at now. He is coming up with policy for the Labour Party, for the government, sort of off script. He said that, that there should be a social media ban for under 16s. Now, the government hasn't actually said that. It is really, really extraordinary, almost unprecedented, for a government minister just to come out and announce policy without the backing of the Prime Minister. And, of course, it puts Keir Starmer in a really tricky position. Keir Starmer's allies are now saying, well, you've got to sack Wes Streeting behind the scenes. But unfortunately, it's not that behind the scenes because it's been leaked to the newspapers. And actually, these allies might think they're being helpful in saying, get rid of this traitor. But when it's all over the front of the papers that that people are saying that Keir Starmer should sack Wes Streeting, he gets in an awkward position as well. If he doesn't sack him, he looks weaker than Kemi Badenoch, who got rid of Robert Jenrick.
Well, yeah, but of course the other thing, which whoever's advising him or suggesting this hasn't thought of, is if you release Wes Streeting onto the back benches, well, you're going to trigger a leadership challenge, aren't you?
Well, exactly. And I think Wes Streeting is a fascinating character because although he is on the kind of Blairite wing of the Labour Party, he is a very, very good media performer. Every time he does the morning round on broadcast media, people say, you know, how good he is. People in the Conservative Party, in Reform, they all think he's a very good political operator. He has that very natural way of speaking, which Keir Starmer, like him or loathe him, I think we can all say he lacks a natural way of speaking, as does Rachel Reeves. If Wes Streeting were on the back benches, he would definitely get the Blairite wing of the party. But he's also beginning to reach out to members of the left of the Labour Party. He calls himself a militant moderate, but he said that he would always campaign and work hard to preserve socialist values in the Labour Party. Now, that very much looks to me as though he's reaching out to the left of the party. And I think he is a figure who actually could perhaps unite the left and the right because he does have this charismatic energy about him. So
well,
yes,
one of them's going to have to surface.
You've got a problem.
Sooner or later, Keir Starmer or Wes Streeting is going to have to come out and do their thing and probably go on programmes tomorrow or something. And there's only one thing they're going to be asked about, really, where it could have been Jenrick they could be being asked about. Now they're going to be asked about civil war within their own party.
Well, exactly. And of course, we're really not very far away from the local elections now. And I think the internal battle going on within Labour is Keir Starmer's allies are really rallying around him now. They're trying to stave off any kind of coup. But it does feel now as though crunch moment has come. If the Labour Party is going to act on Keir Starmer before the May local elections, they have to do it basically now. They can't do it during an election campaign. It would look dreadful. It would look as though they're diverting money and energy away from the local campaigns for Labour and into their own leadership battle. If they're going to act, they have to do it now. Do they have the guts to act? Do they want to act? Do they have a replacement leader in the waiting who'd be able to unite the party? That all remains to be seen.
Well, yes, especially if you look at it. If the local elections go as expected, I mean, anything could happen, but if they go as expected, well, there's a bullseye on number 10, isn't there?
There is definitely a bullseye on number 10. I mean, I suppose that the only good thing to say from a Labour perspective about the local elections is expectations could not be lower. We are expecting a complete Labour wipeout. But these local elections are important. I think often you can dismiss local elections because you can say that people are willing to, have a protest vote for a local councillor and they may not vote in the same way that they would at a general election. The difference this time round is that we have Welsh and Scottish elections as well. And that is obviously very important. That actually makes a difference to how those places are run. And if Labour does really badly in Scotland, I think that particularly could be really catastrophic for them, because it would show that, they're not only losing to the right, they don't have the option of just kind of tacking right, of getting more serious about immigration and then having a prospect of winning the election. They are also losing to the left. It looks likely that the SNP is going to do really, really well in this election, which is astonishing given how badly they did at the last one. So Labour then has a real fundamental ideological problem on its hands. Which direction does it head in? And it's at that point, I think, that some people may start to say, come on, we've got to get rid of the chief. It's time for a fresh face.
I just wonder how on earth you would answer the question if you're Keir Starmer or Wes Streeting. If somebody says to them this afternoon, tomorrow, are you going to sack Wes Streeting? How is Keir Starmer going to answer?
Well, he's going to say that he has 100% faith in him.
Oh, well,
that's a death nail, isn't it?
OK, and so what about Wes Streeting? Are you making a play to be the next leader?
He's already said, which again is pretty extraordinary. He said he's got no plans to replace. He's got no plans to kick Keir Starmer out. But he said any self-respecting cabinet member would be planning their own leadership bid, which again is pretty extraordinary thing to be saying out in the open. It's not surprising that number 10 have accused him of brazen honesty, though. As you say, Anne, that does seem to be that's sort of the quiet bit that they seem to have said out loud.
A terrible thing to be accused of.
Shouldn't be being honest, exactly.
Yeah. All right, Olivia, thanks very much indeed.
Yes, going to be interesting watching either of them come out of the woodwork and face the press.
Will be.
Now, talking about facing the press or facing up to your responsibilities, the former West Midlands police chief at the centre of the Israeli fan ban controversy could face a conduct probe despite the fact that he is now retired.
Well, Craig Guilford stepped down with immediate effect after mounting pressure to resign.
Chief Constable Craig Guilford has today retired from West Midlands Police with immediate effect. In doing so, he has acted with honour and in the best interests of West Midlands Police and our region. As Police and Crime Commissioner and on behalf of the people of the West Midlands, I thank him for his service. Thank you very much.
Where's the accountability in retirement, Mr. Foster?
And that was that. But reacting to Mr Guilford's retirement, Shabina Mahmood said that he'd actually done the right thing.
Well, let's talk to former Labour MP for Dudley, actually, and independent peer now, Lord Austin. Good to see you this morning.
Good morning.
What do you make of this? I tell you what, first and foremost, the thing that strikes me with all of this is why is the PCC, Simon Foster, saying he's retired and has acted with honour? Why is the PCC not outraged at what's happened?
Well, I think that's a very good question. I think Craig Guilford should have been fired weeks ago, and Simon Foster was the man who should have done that. I think what's happened here is a complete disgrace. What we've seen over the last few months is senior officers from Craig Guilford down making up or exaggerating information to support a decision they'd already made to ban Israeli football fans from coming to Birmingham. They capitulated to extremists, racists, sectarian politicians, hate preachers, and even violent thugs who they knew were planning to arm themselves to attack Jewish people visiting the city. And they hid that from the public, and instead of arresting them, they blamed the Israelis themselves. So this has been a complete disgrace from start to finish. It's right that Craig Guilford's gone, but as I say, he should have been fired. And the Police and Crime Commissioner has been silent and supine throughout this entire process.
And it does make you wonder how safe anyone in Birmingham feels. I mean, who's in charge of the police? What is influencing some of their decisions? And particularly if you're Jewish, what sort of faith can you possibly have in the police there at the moment?
Well, the Jewish community in Birmingham have been completely let down. They've been lied to. They've been ignored. It's unprecedented, this whole thing. Craig Guilford came to Parliament in December, and the Home Affairs Select Committee was so concerned about the truth, the honesty of what he told them. They called him back in January, and he said, back in December, he and his colleagues told Parliament that the Jewish community in Birmingham had supported a ban. We knew that was nonsense. I challenged that. They eventually had to admit they got no evidence for that at all. Then they claimed, oh, well, look, some Jewish people told us that in confidence. And then it turns out they hadn't even consulted them. They made the decision, and then he went back and retrofitted the evidence to support it, and they covered up anything, including threats by thugs to arm themselves and attack Jewish people visiting the city. They covered all that up and hid it from the public. It is a complete and utter disgrace. And what we've actually seen, I think, is the police capitulating to extremists here. That's what happened. Instead of upholding their duty, doing their job, ensuring that people can go about their lawful business freely and fairly, and upholding the law without fear or favour, they completely failed to do that. It is a complete abdication of their responsibility. He showed he wasn't prepared to do his job, and that's why he should have been kicked out of it months and months ago.
Do we need an investigation now into... he's retired and so supposedly walking away with whatever sort of payoff or pension or whatever he wanted. Is it time, is it even possible to fully investigate him, his colleagues involved in this, and indeed the PCC?
Well, the IOPC investigation is continuing. Last week we had the interim report, and that was the one that Shabana Mahmood, the Home Secretary, unprecedented, came out and said he lost her confidence as a result of that. That's still got to conclude. Sorry, that was the HMIC. The IOPC inquiry is still continuing. The Home Affairs Select Committee inquiry is yet to conclude. So all this is still, there's still a lot of water to go under the bridge in the West Midlands over all of this.
Yeah, but who's going to push for those sort of inquiries?
Sorry?
Who is going to push for those very inquiries? Normally, you'd rely on the police too.
Those inquiries are underway. They've still got to conclude. The idea, as the Police and Crime Commissioner said yesterday, that he leaves his position with sort of honour and all the rest of it is utterly ludicrous when you look at what's happened here.
So what? I suppose the question with all of this, then, even if these various inquiries come to the sort of conclusion you would hope for under these circumstances, how then are they held to account?
Well, look, I think there's a much bigger question here, which is who controls the streets in our country. That's really the issue now. And we can't have a situation where the police are capitulating to extremists, refusing to arrest people responsible for crimes because, because they want to take the sort of easy route through a problem. And if you think about it, this is exactly the same issue that we've seen with the hate marches that have taken over our city centres and London in particular over the last couple of years. It's the same issue that we've seen with the disgraceful protests outside synagogues, even restaurants that happen to be owned by Jewish people. Absolutely disgraceful scenes. And so what we've got to see, I think, is the government and the police, the public authorities, taking the poison of anti-Jewish racism much more seriously. They keep telling us, there's no place for anti-Semitism in Britain. and, you know, we stand against all forms of racism and all the rest of it. Well, they could start by showing that really clearly. And I think the best way to start would be for really, really robust action to show that that we're going to stand up to extremists. We're going to deal with this poison once and for all. And I think a good way of dealing with that, actually, a good place to start would be, in addition to Craig Guilford's departure, all of the other senior police officers in the West Midlands who've been involved in this shameful cover-up, this disgraceful episode, they should be following him out of the door next week as well.
Is this the government to actually achieve that?
Well, look, they've got to do this. This is a really, really important issue. Are we going to stand up to extremists? Are we going to uphold Britain's values? What do we believe in as a country? You know, we're supposed to stand for democracy, equality, freedom, fairness, tolerance. That's what it means to be British. The police and the government have got a responsibility to uphold that. And this episode has shown that the police have completely failed to do that. Instead of doing that, they've capitulated to extremists and racists. They've let the people of the West Midlands down. They've let the Jewish community down, not just in Birmingham, but across the country. You know, when I go to Villa Park tomorrow, ordinary Villa fans are appalled about what's happened. I'll tell you this as well. Rank and file police officers in the West Midlands are appalled about what's happened. I've had them getting in touch with me, saying how disgusted they are about the way this whole affair has been conducted. They think their senior officers have been letting them down and letting the police force in the West Midlands down as well.
Ian Austin, it's really good to talk to you this morning.
Thank you very much.
I mean, very frank, very straight to the point. So we appreciate that. Thank you. I mean, heck, he made some strong points there. But common sense points, really.
Stefan's been in touch, says, I'm a retired police officer. If I'd been found to have blatantly lied whilst I was a police officer, I would have been investigated by the PSD or the IPCC, faced a disciplinary for gross misconduct, and I'd have been sacked, no pension, and certainly with no thanks.
Yeah.
Why has this man been allowed to retire with no consequences?
Freddie says, Freddie Bromley, so clearly in the region as well, says the West Midlands PCC, Simon Foster, also needs to go. He's supposed to oversee the police operation within the law, and they didn't in this case, and he didn't sack Guilford. Therefore, he's obviously unfit to hold public office. I do think there are a lot of questions around him.
But talk about brazen. I mean, both Craig Guilford, the actual Chief Constable, and the PCC, you've never seen such brazen disregard for what any of us think about it.
No.
Let alone civilians of West Midlands.
Yeah, keep your thoughts coming in, as always. In the meantime, let's have a quick look at the weather for you.
Expect warm spells with the odd rude interruption. Boxed Boilers sponsors the weather on GB News.
Morning, welcome to your latest weather update from the Met Office here on GB News. The weekend's starting fairly grey, a lot of cloud around, some mist and fog around as well, and there's also a few showers, but we should see some brighter spells coming and going. It's a bit of a messy picture, the breeze generally coming up from the south, bringing showers to the east of Northern Ireland, a zone of wetter weather crossing through eastern Scotland, maybe a bit of snow over the hills. Showers across England and Wales, pretty well scattered. Many places here will have a dry afternoon. It should brighten up a touch as well. May see a glimmer or two of blue sky and a bit of sun. May see temperatures top out in double figures, mostly high single digits and pretty close to the average for the time of year. Not feeling all that pleasant though, with a showery rain across northeast Scotland. Further south, as I say, some brighter skies and just one or two scattered showers, maybe over Wales and eastern England. We should see some sunny spells too. Pembrokeshire and feeding up to the east of Northern Ireland, we've got this zone of showers, so it could make for quite a wet day in Belfast. Further west across Northern Ireland, not too many showers. Much of western Scotland also dry into the evening, but still staying fairly grey and cloudy with outbreaks of rain across northeast Scotland. We'll continue to feed some wet weather in here through Saturday evening. Otherwise, many places will become dry. And then we look down to the south as another zone of showery rain. Just slowly spreads its way northwards across East Anglia and the southeast. That'll keep the temperatures up here, where we've got clear skies across northern Scotland. We may well see some pockets of frost. Mist and fog also likely to thicken up tonight, so it could be quite murky first thing on Sunday morning. A zone of rain also expanding, so quite a damp morning for a good part of England and Wales. Still some showers across the east of Northern Ireland, but for much of Northern Ireland, Scotland, most of Sunday morning looks dry and bright. Some rain likely to creep into the far south of Scotland late in the day. Again, double digits across the southeast, but feeling cooler for most with the outbreaks of rain.
Expect warm spells with the odd rude interruption. Box Boilers sponsors the weather on GB News.
Bowl. They are under no illusion. Ray. Are you a human trafficker? Boundless. I've had enough of the nonsense, and I'm not afraid to say it.
Don't get us on the BBC.
Every weeknight, I tear through the headlines.
The smell of gasoline. Should we be worried about it?
From Westminster madness to cultural war chaos.
I'm going to do now, they are throwing things out the car as we speak.
Get ready, Britain. Here we go. Patrick Christie's tonight, weeknights from 9 p.m, only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
Hi, I'm Michelle Dewberry, and my show is your opportunity to cut through all the noise and dive in headfirst to some robust debates. Ideas clash.
Situation, isn't it?
No,
because the failure is
you're deliberately avoiding my point. Nothing's held back.
And if you think this is the end of it, wait for more.
And we do not shy away from the difficult stuff. Sometimes I want to shake people and say, if only you understood. So join me on Dubes & Co weeknights at 6 p.m, only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
Join me, Nana Akweer, for an informative, interactive news programme with a difference. It's fun.
No, you didn't say that, Dave.
I'm so surprised.
I think there's an element of truth to that.
Join me from 3 p.m. every weekend, only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
Decisions made in Washington aren't just shaping America, they're shaping Britain too. From migration to global security, from crime to health. Whatever happens in the White House today
will be felt in your town or city tomorrow.
That's why The Late Show is live from Washington, D.C.
Cutting through the politics to show you what it all means for Britain.
The Late Show live every night at midnight.
Only on GB News,
Britain's news channel.
From the school run to the home run, watch a new show for all of Britain.
He can say whatever he wants.
A straight-talking show where all voices are heard.
And, you know, when are we going to stop talking about smashing the gangs and actually do it?
With the stories that matter from every part of our country.
There's a bit of a crash landing there for your Chancellor.
Bold, fearless and standing up for you. That's me, Martin Daubney, 3 p.m. till 6 p.m, weekdays, here only on GB News. The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Britain was once the envy of the world. But look around. A nation that no longer knows what it is or where it's going. A country that's broken. How do we fix Britain? How do we bring it back? Friday night with Matt Goodwin at 8 p.m, only on GB News.
No matter the state it's in, this is our nation. Join me, Jacob Rees-Mogg, for a genuine, honest discussion on where we have been, where we are going, and where we are with the people who set the direction. Tune in to State of the Nation every Monday to Thursday, 8 to 9 o'clock, only on GB News.
Well, they're the world's most famous circus troupe. A lot of people have been pointing out, surely the world's most famous circus is happening inside number 10 Downing Street. Ooh. No, this is the world famous dance troupe, and well, not dance. Well, I suppose it is dance. It's acrobatic dance. It's the Cirque du Soleil.
Yes, and we can't bring them into the studio, so me and Anne are going to demonstrate some of their moves. Should we?
In your cowboy boots.
Bring in the pole. No, it's not here. Well, in the meantime, we sent Will Godley behind the scenes at the Royal Albert Hall to see how they're preparing.
It's the high-flying, body-defying spectacle, now back in London for its 30th year. And as the acrobats gear up for their residency at the Royal Albert Hall, we were invited along for a behind-the-scenes look to find out how Cirque du Soleil gets off the ground. Well, with more than 100 cast and crew, this is not only one of the most famous, but also one of the biggest circuses anywhere in the world. And so, undoubtedly, there are some challenges bringing Cirque du Soleil to this iconic venue, the Royal Albert Hall. The show, called OVO, is insect-inspired.
We've got ants that do foot juggling, we've got spiders that do contortion and slackwire, we've got scarabs that fly high across the ceiling.
But to bring this all to life, they need a specially designed stage to fit the concert hall, and the acrobats have a strict training schedule.
We're getting ready for a show tonight, and we're rehearsing, we're making sure everyone knows what their cues are, getting their body back in shape after a day off maybe, but these people train every day, they eat healthy, they're in the gym at midnight, there's a lot of physical preparation.
Despite a gruelling training regime, the acrobats still love coming to London.
I'm very lucky to get to work with some incredibly talented and hardworking people. The show itself is super fun to do. We have a lot of fun with the storyline.
But before any somersaults can take place, the costumes need to be made. A team of designers work non-stop to handcraft every outfit. And to keep them all clean, a whopping 60 loads of washing every single week. But they say it's all worth it to perform at the Royal Albert Hall.
It's an incredible institution, and it's so special to take this incredible circus, mix it with this incredible venue, and you get something truly spectacular.
7 million people have seen this show from around the world. But for the next couple of months, it's London, where Cirque du Soleil will call home. Paul Godley, GB News.
Oh, so we've just been doing that.
Yeah, it's exhausting.
That is exhausting. We've just managed to sit down just in time.
Never thought I'd be doing that at the age of 80. Gosh.
You're not 80.
No, I know. Thank you very much for pointing that out. That's good. Well done.
Oh dear.
Phew.
I think the time has come, ladies and gents. Anyway, still to come. Do you dread the never-ending phone queue when dealing with customer services? AI could come to the rescue.
How?
I don't know. We'll find out with Pete and Susan in just a moment.
Britain deserves a newsroom that puts the facts and your voice first.
Well, and that's what you get on GB News. Lively debates, lively conversation.
So we're not afraid to hold power to account.
And each other. So join me, Andrew Pearce.
And me, Miriam Gates, for Britain's Newsroom, weekdays from 9:30 on GB News.
GB News Breakfast, every day from 6 a.m.
Have you ever heard of the Vegetable Orchestra?
Well, I have.
You might have seen King Charles.
Yeah, we saw the King.
Of course we didn't. He was playing his carrot. Well, this is the very orchestra that he played with. So should we have a listen?
I think we should.
That's what they can do, because believe it or not, they are playing their vegetables to make music. Take it away.
Well, that's a treat.
That is extraordinary.
It's Becky, Patrick, Claire and Simon. Morning to you guys. Why is it... Oh, we'll just get a microphone to you. There you go. What is the desire? Where does this come from, Patrick?
Well, we like being silly. And we like making music, and we all like vegetables, so we put the three together, basically.
So, for people listening on the radio, what vegetables are we playing this morning?
So I've got a butternut squash, Simon is playing a sweet potato, Claire has a carrot, and on the end, Becky is playing some utensils. So she's got a cheese grater, a bowl and a saucepan.
Very good. And how do you get the sound out of the vegetable? Are they hollowed through?
Yeah, so these two instruments here on the end are like brass instruments. So we've got mouthpieces made of carrot, which we just buzz against using our lips. And then we've got a carrot recorder, which is made completely like a proper recorder would be made.
And it sounds like a recorder.
It is just a recorder.
Yes, we could hear it from in here. It's in the newsroom.
See, what I'm intrigued by is, were you up this morning making your instruments? How fresh are they?
Well, I was making it in the kitchen, just out there, yeah. So you got a bit of a mess to clean up.
That's fine. That's fine. I'm quite good at cleaning up.
GB News, the People's Channel.
At GB News, we love to hear from you, our loyal community. So drop us a line at gbnews.com/yoursay. There you can talk to each other and also to the presenters live on air. gbnews.com/your say, because GB News is your channel, Britain's news channel.
Join me, Nana Akweer, for an informative, interactive news programme with a difference. It's fun.
No, you didn't say that, though.
I'm so surprised.
I think there's an element of truth to that.
Join me from 3 p.m. every weekend, only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
So you starting with that, or are you starting with the...
We're on, Pete. We're on. The red light's on.
We're not?
Yes. We are.
Oh, I just nearly swore.
Yeah.
I know.
Oh my goodness!
Not that you ever do that.
I think you've got the hang by now that we've got Susan and Pete here to review the newspapers for us.
Get off, Pete. You've had your time.
Yeah, you've taken it over. Right, what are we going to start with?
Should we start with a bit of Nobel Peace Prize?
Yes, this one has steam coming out of my ears. I don't know what you feel about it. Pete, take it away. Donald Trump.
Well, it's remarkable. I'm not his fan. I'm not his great fan. If he walked in this room, I would walk out. I find the man the most obnoxious man in the world, who is definitely trying to start World War III without any...
No, I wouldn't know, Pete. No, you can't say that.
Can't I?
No.
I just said it.
I think he's trying to stop World War III.
No, he's not.
But he's not doing it in the way that we would...
How's he trying to stop? Tell me how he's trying to stop war.
Well, he's got people talking, and he talks to people, which a lot of people avoid, and he's not scared of that. So I would actually defend him on that.
But whether or not that's true...
But he wants a Peace Prize, right?
Yes.
So Donald Trump has sparked a row over the Nobel Peace Prize, officially being given by the Venezuelan opposition leaders, giving them. Right. You can't transfer it over. There's no way it can be transferred over at all. He has not got a Nobel Peace Prize.
No.
It's been given to somebody else, and she's given it because she thinks she's going to get favours and stay in power. He is not going to do that. He's got what he wants, but it means nothing. And the Nobel Peace Prize, people are shaking their head in disbelief.
It isn't what he wants. Obviously, he wants to win it himself, and he wants to be awarded it for actually bringing peace to certain areas, whether you think he's capable of that or is doing that or not. But it is non-transferable. I understand why she's done it to curry favour, but really, it's like when you try and give your parking ticket to somebody else in the car park. It's non-transferable. You can't do that. I would do that, but now you're not allowed to do it because you have to register your registration number, don't you? It's non-transferable.
I suppose you can hang it on the wall and just say there is the...
But I don't understand why she's done it, because it shows to me it doesn't mean as much to her as it should have done.
No, I don't know. She's thinking...
That's what
she wants to stay in power. That's why
she's not in power.
Sorry, she wants to go into power.
Yeah.
And that's why
she believes he's the man to put her there.
It's a symbolic gesture, and it's very symbolic, and that's why we're all talking about it.
Yeah. And I wish I had your faith in what I said before.
It's not faith, it's
I didn't
hope.
say it was faith. No, it's hope. Yes.
What is
I bet she hasn't given the prize money to him.
Well, no, and how much do you think
it's about $1 million.
No, that would... Well, he wouldn't notice that, to be honest, would he, I suppose? So.
But he will be hanging it up in the Oval Office, and he'll be able to point it out. And hopefully he won't say, there's my Nobel Peace Prize.
It's already changed, I believe. The writing's already been altered on it to Trump.
Can't do
No,
that.
he hasn't.
I'm sure it has. I'm sure it has on the picture.
That might be AI.
Oh, right.
That would be wrong, because it's hers, not his.
Well, you're not telling me he's not going to change his name on it. There's no way on this earth he's going to leave it with their name on it. He will change that.
I don't know. You see, the Oval Office is full of gifts from other world leaders.
Wait and see.
Won't it be hung in that?
Wait and see. Look what he's done to all the other presidents with all the writing underneath and the photographs.
Dear me. Oh, well, he's not impressed with that one. Susan, should we have a look at the Mail? Labour is told to protect all women.
Yes, well, yes, they have been. So this is about the Darlington nurses who have had their appeal kind of upheld, and now they're calling because they were objecting to sharing their changing space as nurses with somebody who was biologically male, and they've had that upheld, and they're now saying to Labour, we must protect all women, and I agree with them. I believe in biology, not ideology. I defend the right of anyone to live however they want, identify how they want, present themselves however they want, but not at the expense of women's spaces, women's rights, women's sport, women's right to enter competitions and not be beaten by men. So I think we have to be very careful about this. And they have been told, Labour, and they have said that they would uphold this, but they're dragging their heels a little too much for my liking.
Interesting what you say about that. I've got to say, and I've got views on that, which if I said I would get into trouble, I don't like unisex toilets. I feel uncomfortable going in when men and women use the same toilets. Yes, they wash their hands separately, but because I've been brought up, men and women, and I find this, and I believe the person involved has got a girlfriend, so that makes it even more confusing for me. And I'm glad they've won their case.
Yeah, and I just don't you think it just smacks of bad management? It could have been
It's very bad management.
so
And they would whatever their opinions, whether you agree with them or not, they had a right to say they didn't feel comfortable, and they were gaslit, and they were told they needed training and they needed to learn how to how to negotiate the world better. No, we don't. There are reasons why that female space has been protected for many years, and that's not because we can't trust all men, but it is because we don't know which men we can trust. And there are lots of different situations where you have to have protected spaces for women. And unfortunately, it'd be better for the world if we didn't, but we do.
Well,
it's not something we should compromise on.
No,
for
but
an
then
ideology.
when you say you say anyone can be who they want to be,
They can.
live how they want. But then you're left with a big problem.
Yes.
Are you? How do we then accommodate those people who you say have every right
it is a conundrum.
to live how they want to?
It is a conundrum. I agree with you. And if you're presenting that way and you don't feel comfortable, I get why they don't feel comfortable going into male-dominated spaces, but the only people being asked to compromise are women. The only people being asked to give away their rights and their safe spaces are women. So what we have to do...
Except you're left in a situation now, which with all of this, and it's been brought up by, with the toilet issue and all the rest of it, is that you now will have, if the letter of the law or whatever is followed, you will have men, trans men, men who look exactly like men, having to go, not in the male bathrooms or whatever, but into the female ones, because they are biologically female, genetically female.
That's a very small minority.
Yeah, but don't you think we've just got to modernise a bit?
Yes,
I mean, 100 years ago, most houses had loos outside, down the yard or something.
The outhouse.
Now we don't. We expect to have not just loos inside our houses, but in many cases ensuite bathrooms and things like that. And in very modern office buildings now, they're bathrooms. They are individual bathrooms.
You have a third option situation, and we are moving towards that. And I absolutely would support that. And I do think that the people who are the ones who will force their way into the female space just to make the point are in the wrong. If you're in a situation where you need to use that, I would accommodate that and be polite about it. But I don't feel that we should give that away. Kind of on every opportunity. That's the difference.
Interesting what Anne just said then, which has just jumped into my mind. The beautiful Liver buildings in Liverpool, the boardroom upstairs, have not long put a ladies' toilet in because ladies were never allowed in the boardroom. Isn't that amazing? So they've now put a
this is it. I mean, that comes to the point, really. Women have spent an awful long time trying to get on equal rights, and in many parts of the world, we're not there yet. It's not time to start rolling back on those things. I have to tell you, it isn't. And young women, particularly, don't quite get that a lot of the time. They think, oh, we're fine, we're all equal, aren't we? I'm afraid, no, we're not. Right. And we need to kind of hold our line.
On that note, we need to leave it just for a moment, though, because you two will be back, so don't go anywhere. First, we've just got to show the European forecast.
You're looking happy.
Well, the forecast looks good.
So you've sorted the travel insurance, then?
All Clear Travel Insurance sponsors GB News Travel Destinations Forecast.
Hello. Should be a largely sunny Sunday for the Algarve. We are looking at some showery rain crossing the Canaries and staying fairly wet in Barcelona. A weather front pushing south, bringing some outbreaks of rain across the Canaries on Sunday. Looking a bit dry and brighter into next week. We've got a feed of showery rain also across the south of France and down to Catalonia. The southern tip of Italy also likely to see a few showers. And a cool breeze blowing its way across Crete. As I said, the Canaries looking brighter into next week.
All Clear Travel Insurance sponsors GB News Travel Destinations Forecast.
You want to know what's really going on in the corridors of power? Labour don't know what to do with you half the time, and that makes you quite lethal in the chamber. Get behind the headlines with Chopper's Political Podcast. Join me, Christopher Hope, as I sit down with the great and the good of British politics. We'll see where this ruling takes us. These are the stories shaping our nation. Chopper's Political Podcast, available now on all platforms. Listen in and stay ahead.
Britain was once the envy of the world, but look around. A nation that no longer knows what it is or where it's going. A country that's broken. How do we fix Britain? How do we bring it back? Friday night with Matt Goodwin at 8 p.m, only on GB News.
Decisions made in Washington aren't just shaping America, they're shaping Britain too. From migration to global security, from crime to health. Whatever happens in the White House today
will be felt in your town or city tomorrow.
That's why The Late Show is live from Washington, D.C.
Cutting through the politics to show you what it all means for Britain.
The Late Show live every night at midnight.
Only on GB News,
Britain's news channel.
No matter the state it's in, this is our nation. Join me, Jacob Rees-Mogg, for a genuine, honest discussion on where we have been, where we are going, and where we are with the people who set the direction. Tune in to State of the Nation every Monday to Thursday, 8 to 9 o'clock. Only on GB News.
Bold. They are under no illusion. Ray. Are you a human trafficker? Boundless. I've had enough of the nonsense, and I'm not afraid to say it.
Don't get this on the BBC.
Every weeknight, I tear through the headlines.
The smell of gasoline. Should we be worried about it?
From Westminster madness to cultural war chaos.
What I'm going to do now is they are throwing things out the car as we speak.
Get ready, Britain. Here we go. Patrick Christie's tonight, weeknights from 9 p.m, only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
At GB News, we love to hear from you, our loyal community. So drop us a line at gbnews.com/yoursay. There you can talk to each other and also to the presenters live on air. gbnews.com/yoursay, because GB News is your channel, Britain's news channel.
Hi, I'm Michelle Dewberry, and my show is your opportunity to cut through all the noise and dive in headfirst to some robust debates. Ideas clash.
Situation,
No,
because the failure is
you're deliberately avoiding my point. Nothing's held back,
And if you think this is the end of it, wait for more.
and we do not shy away from the difficult stuff. Sometimes I want to shake people and say, if only you understood. So join me on Jubes and Co weeknights at 6 p.m, only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
Oh, it's me, is it? Pete Price and Susan Holder are still here taking us through the papers. Can we have a look at the... Pete, is this yours? The driving instructor who's helped a lot of people pass, but he can't or she can't drive.
I've lost the story. Where's the story?
It's in the mail.
It's at the very bottom.
She can drive, it's just that she's not qualified.
A driving instructor.
Yeah, so but she was very successful in having 50 learners help pass, but she'd done the initial training but hadn't got the full qualification. And what she could do, she could teach, because obviously anyone can teach people to drive. You can take people out, you just can't take money for it if you don't have a licence.
£6,000 she took.
That was the problem. But it made us think about driving licences generally, because obviously nowadays it's so hard to get a test. It's about an average of 6 months wait, and people pay so much for their driving lessons, and they reckon about 45 hours is average.
Yeah, 12 and 6 when I took my driving lessons.
Oh, and I think they were a tenner a time. They're about £45 a time average, depends on where you live. Did you pass first time?
Yeah.
Did you pass first time? Yeah. So did I.
Yeah. She faced, by the way, 3 years in jail. She got 12 months community order, 120 hours of unpaid work, and has to give 6 months. She's got 6 months to pay back, 6,464.
Yeah, well, she's been good at her job.
50 people passed.
Yeah, but it wasn't officially her job. That's
no, but 50 people passed.
But she's obviously quite good at teaching.
Yeah, she obviously was good.
I think...
I wonder if she's banned from doing it in the future, because she's obviously got quite a skill for it. I wouldn't like to think she is, really.
It's the taking the money that's wrong, and pretending, I suppose.
They got her on a technicality.
But yeah, I didn't have any formal driving lessons. My editor taught me to drive.
Well, when you're in I learned when I was in a newsroom, and they just used to go and make you kind of move all the cars in the car park as you practice, because they wanted you to learn to drive so quickly, because a lot of the stories you were being sent out on, you needed to jump in any car and go. So that's what
you see, I'm so old, I can remember with the AA, they used to salute you when you went past if you had a badge on. That's how old
that's
12
lovely.
and 6 in old money for a driving lesson.
We are very short of driving instructors, and there's been a recruitment drive over the last few years, but only 80-odd have been hired, despite the fact there have been all these recruitment. So if people are looking for jobs, I would suggest maybe look at to learn being a driving instructor.
There's a real shortage, yeah.
Can we talk, because we mentioned this earlier on, AI to help us on in those phone queues. This is in the Mirror this morning. So if you're fed up of going through all the options, AI will sort it out.
It's really interesting story, because they're taking a leaf out of the book. 35% of emails are written on AI by Octopus Energy. So what the government is planning on doing now is they don't want to waste any more hours when you're waiting for your tax returns on the phone, or you're booking driving tests, or holiday companies or phone companies. But the private sector haven't got it right. You wait hours still. You still wait hours. And the worst thing is when you're waiting, especially when you're trying to sort your contract out for your telephone, and then they drop you and you have to start over again. So the government are looking, saying AI is going to tackle the misery of endless phone queues and form filling. Everyone looking now and listening to this program will say, are you being serious? There's nothing good about the private sector. It doesn't matter. Or do you find it easy to get through?
Well, I've had those things where the little bubble comes up and says, can we help you? And you know that's a bot.
It is.
But you can sometimes cut right through with
You can sometimes get somewhere with a chatbot that you can kind of do instantly when you're trying. But I do think, and I've learnt sometimes on those kind of automated phone systems, if you just wait and don't agree to anything, don't press anything, don't speak, eventually a person will answer if you wait long enough. I've, on various occasions that's happened to me, because I do think a human being with common sense is always better than an AI.
Dare I say this?
But you do need one with common sense.
Dare I say this? If somebody answers the phone and I can't understand their accent, whatever accent it is, I put the phone down and ring back again till I get an accent I can hear.
The thing is, though, Pete, is can they understand your accent?
I don't care. I'm the paying customer. I'm paying their wage. It makes me so angry.
I agree. I've done that, and I feel guilty for doing it, but you can't help it. You cannot understand what they're saying.
Well, I do think, especially if it's a bank or an energy bill or something, and you try to explain an issue, you do wonder how much is being comprehended.
And they're reading from a script, don't they?
I know it's all about cost and cost cutting, but really, if companies put people on the phone who handled your things properly, would you not use them more?
Yes, you would.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Thank
All right, you two, it's been a joy. Thank you very much indeed.
I just love GB News, and it's getting bigger and bigger, and this is an award-winning show.
It is.
So what can you say?
One of our finest ambassadors. From us.
Finland.
Warm and cosy, with a chance of zero visibility. Boxed Boilers sponsors the weather on GB News.
Morning. Welcome to your latest weather update from the Met Office here on GB News. The weekend's starting fairly grey, a lot of cloud around, some mist and fog around as well, and there's also a few showers, but we should see some brighter spells coming and going. It's a bit of a messy picture. The breeze generally coming up from the south, bringing showers to the east of Northern Ireland, a zone of wetter weather crossing through eastern Scotland, maybe a bit of snow over the hills. Showers across England and Wales, pretty well scattered. Many places here will have a dry afternoon. It should brighten up a touch as well. May see a glimmer or two of blue sky and a bit of sun. May see temperatures top out in double figures, mostly high single digits and pretty close to the average for the time of year. Not feeling all that pleasant though, with a showery rain across northeast Scotland. Further south, as I say, some brighter skies and just one or two scattered showers, maybe over Wales and eastern England. We should see some sunny spells too. Pembrokeshire and feeding up to the east of Northern Ireland, we've got the zone of showers, so it could make for quite a wet day in Belfast. Further west across Northern Ireland, not too many showers. Much of western Scotland also dry into the evening, but still staying fairly grey and cloudy with outbreaks of rain across northeast Scotland. We'll continue to feed some wet weather in here through Saturday evening. Otherwise, many places will become dry. And then we look down to the south as another zone of showery rain just slowly spreads its way northwards across East Anglia and the southeast. That'll keep the temperatures up here where we've got clear skies across northern Scotland. We may well see some pockets of frost. Mist and fog also likely to thicken up tonight, so it could be quite murky first thing on Sunday morning. That zone of rain also expanding, so quite a damp morning for a good part of England and Wales. Still some showers across the east of Northern Ireland, but for much of Northern Ireland and Scotland, most of Sunday morning looks dry and bright. Some rain likely to creep into the far south of Scotland late in the day. Again, double digits across the southeast, but feeling cooler for most with the outbreaks of rain.
Warm and cosy, with a chance of zero visibility. Boxed Boiler sponsors the weather on GB News.
An incredible £85,000 in tax-free cash could be yours.
Hi, I'm Jane. I won £54,321 with the Great British Giveaway. Oh, definitely please enter. It is real, and that one text has just made my life 100% better.
For another chance to win £85,000 cash, text cash to 63225. One entry costs £2.50 plus one standard network rate message, or text bonus to 63225. 5 entries cost £5 plus one standard network rate message. Go to gbnews.com/win. Entries start at £2.50. Call 0903 686 3232. Calls cost £2.50 plus your network access charge, or post your name and number to GB18 PO Box 8690 Derby DE1 9TT. UK only. Entrance must be 18 or over. Lines close at 4 p.m. on the 30th of January. Please check the closing time if listening or watching on demand. Good luck.
Good afternoon, Britain. Weekdays from midday.
More than 10 people have had to be rescued after a huge sinkhole opened in a canal in Shropshire, leaving several narrowboats stranded.
Yes, 3 boats have been affected by the incident, with at least 2 swallowed by the sinkhole, which is approximately 50 by 50 metres in size.
Extraordinary. Well, joining us with the story is Paul Smith-Story, who's on a canal boat 3 boats away from this sinkhole. Paul, this sort of thing doesn't really happen very often, does it?
It doesn't. There was a huge breach on the Bridgewater Canal last year, but this is the first time we've actually seen boats at the bottom of the breach. It was quite scary to witness, to be honest.
So how close are you? What can you see from where you are?
Yeah, well, we're about 90 metres away from where the sinkhole started.